with your host, Cosmon Cal.
For each and every corporeal world, created I a vortex first, and by its rotation and by the places in the firmament whither it traveleth, caused I the vortex to conceive the corporeal world. A great vortex created I for the sun, and within this vortex and subject to it, made I the vortices of many of the corporeal worlds.
Think not.
Oh, think not.
Think not.
Oh, man, that I created the sky, a barren waste,
Think not.
and void of you. Even as man in the corporeal form is adapted to the corporeal earth, so is he in the spiritual form adapted to my ethereal worlds. Three great estates have I bestowed on man: the corporeal, the atmosphere, and the ethereal. Things that man see, created I with a beginning and an end, but the unseen I made of endless duration. The corporeal man made I belonging to the scene, but the spiritual man made I as one within the unseen.
Think not.
And everlasting.
Think not.
As the corporeal man
Think not.
beholdeth corporeal things, so doth the spiritual man follow upward the evaporated corporeal entities of things.
Think not.
As corporeal things are tangible to corporeal world. As to the end, the story was told. The drugs came after dark, stubborn, bold. The line was marked in the blood of wars. It's all in the first book of the first law. As to the end, the story was told. The drugs came after dark, stubborn, bold. The line was marked in the blood of wars. It's all in the first book of the first laws. Formed from the soil when the veil was scraped. Jehovih breathed cold into the cellular shape. Man stood upright, his first thoughts escaped. A soul in the body, the prison was draped. Angel stepped down, bore bone and flesh. Walked with the mortal, kept knowledge the quest. Our hens born bright from a heavenly mesh. Proof in their voice, no need to guess. The error occurred when the order reversed. Brother killed brother, now the blessings curse. Cain left stains in the script we rehearsed. A mark ain't skin, it's the mind dispersed. Now war's inside, every man collide. Spirit verse or hunger, which one you ride? I speak from the gap where the gods reside. Let the rhyme decide which side survives. I sue overhead, story was told. The drugs came after dark, stubborn pole. The line was marked in the blood of wars. It's all in the first book of the first book. I sue overhead, story was told. The drugs came after dark, stubborn pole. The line was marked in the blood of wars. It's all in the first book of the first law. Hands like coded, stories untold, not color of skin, it's wisdom and gold. Drugs built dents from the mineral mold, the weight of the world in the grip they hold. Then came the yaks in the woven breed, down in service yet born to lead. Chains on the body, lie in the seed. Every slave roll hit royal deeds. The Lord said, dance, that's vibrance, trance. Movement align you with circumstance. Sound was the bridge, rhythm the chance. Heaven respond when the feet advance. Some drugs caught fire, remember the name. Faith ignited a dormant flame. Same clay body, different name. What you worship, decide your lane. To the head, the story was told. The drugs came after dark, stubborn pole. The line was marked in the blood of wars. It's all in the first book of the first law. The story was told. The drugs came after dark, stubborn pole. The line was marked in the blood of wars. It's all in the first book of the first law. Commandments fell like cosmic law. Don't spill blood, see the spirit raw. Every life echoes the Father's draw. Kill one piece and you fracture all. Cities rose in the sacred time. Walls for the body, steps for the mind. Ladders for souls trying to climb divine. Structure outside match the inner spine. When angels withdrew, the test took form. Who stays righteous when the world ain't warm? Drugs move violent, hunger transform. Physical wars from a spiritual storm. Our horns emerge with the crimson thread. Strong and frame, but spirit-led. God was holy, the Lord has said. But wisdom leaks when pride is fed. I saw the wind, story was told. All the drugs came after dark, stubborn cold. The line was marked in the blood of wars. It's all in the first book of the first law. I saw the world, story was told. The drugs came after dark, stubborn cold. The line was marked in the blood of wars. It's all in the first book of the first law.
Right back like I left it. Your naga, your nerve fresh up off of that curve, jelly jam and preserve, huh? Hostess with the mostest, holding that fire like a roach clip. Cosmon right back up in this thing, man. Hey, it was so many benefits in part one that I had to do a part two. And when we left off, what we was finding out is one of the major benefits is that while the religious minded people of the world, right, are looking for a Lord to praise and serve, we are becoming those lords, right? It's a benefit, right? A lot of people didn't know Lord is a rank of an angel. An angel is a one-time living, breathing man. Many times misnomered as spirit, a spirit, also misnomered as a ghost, huh? But spirit doesn't denote male or female or animal or human, right? An angel denotes a dead human, right? And Lord is the lowest emancipated rank of an angelic being. Huh? So when they talk about they praising the Lord, huh? Trying to call him the most high. In fact, in fact, the Lord is the most low. It's the lowest rank of the emancipated angels. Hmm? But yet, these are the things you will become in time. At the most, right? Let's go back up. At the most, it takes 699 years, 200 years as a Lewis or angelic geneticist, 133 years as a guardian angel called an Ashar. These are ranks of angels. And then you do 66 years as an Asaph. This is a greater. You are, when you pass on, right? And your spirit leaves your body, right? And you pass on to the next life. There is an angelic being who is of your familial line. If you are faithless, right? If you are faithless, somebody of your familial line will meet you, right? And start to and take you to where your spirit is situated best at, right? They are called graders. You dig what I'm saying? Because they read your grade. So let's say if your grade is 25, they take you to a heaven situated perfectly for the 25s to start learning. Let's say you're a 50 when you pass. Your spirit rate is 50. When you die, your Asaph or your angel who grades you, but not only does he grade you, he teaches you how to move in the spirit world. Hmm? Y'all, ask anybody in the Bible, what do you do for the first 2 years? Watch this. Hold on, watch this. Let me go back up right here. See, an Essene is a rank of an angel too, but it's a new spirit. And for these 2 years, your Asaph takes you everywhere and teaches you everything you need to know and how to move, right? Basically, kindergartner, first grade. You dig what I'm talking about? This is the first grade. Hmm? And then you enter in the first grade or kindergarten. Then you enter in the first grade as an entered apprentice, right? But that Asaph or for 66 years, during that time, 2 of those years, you will be teaching your mortal ward, who will be your ancestor. He will be your descendant. It says hundreds of years. Look, you got to go through 372 years. I mean, this is on the high end, right? This is just on the high end. You could a lot of us will learn all these in 50 years, 100 years. It won't take us 372 years. But for the base man who coming in day one, you dig what I'm talking about? Just learning, it'll take him about 372 years to be able to travel through the atmosphere, become a bride or bridegroom, and then be able to leave the atmosphere of the earth. Right? That's the average, 372 years. There's some people who do it in 100. Some people who do it in 50. Some people who do it in 20 minutes. You dig what I'm saying? Time in the heavens is not measured as time on earth is. But when you correlating, you dig what I'm talking about back. Yeah, you'll do 50 years as a physician. But what if you do 50 years of work in 5? The normal amount of work that you would do in 50 years as a physician, what if you did it in 10? You'd be able in 10, right, to be entered as a factor, a entered factor, 40 years, right, before most people, the average, would be able to get out of there. It's about what you do. It's about your work, right? So let's go back down. So for 133 years, which is 4 generations, you are a guardian angel. For 66 years, which is 2 generations, you are an asaf or a grader, also a teacher. You dig what I'm saying? Because you're going to show your people how to move in the heavens. Then you enter into the chapter of the primary soul. Now, why they have 0 here? Because it's an infinite number that you could be here, right? But it's also you can bypass this if you've super mastered all this. You could do this in a year, in a sense. You see what I'm saying? And then for 100 years, you become a messenger. This is where they get the idea that all angels are messengers. Messenger is just one of the ranks of an angelic being. Because look, you had to be a Lewis and a Shar and an Asaf before you could be a geneticist, a guardian, and a grader, a teacher in a sense, all before you can be a messenger. And then look, after you become what an angel is, a messenger, right? What they tell you the definition is the only definition. Guess what else you become? A marshal. Who knew that a marshal, right, like of a ceremony, was the angelic rank of an angel? I didn't know that. I didn't know that. And then that's above a messenger and right below a lord. So for 200 years, right, you're going to be an angelic rank called a marshal. And then you can become lord. So that's the benefit of oahspe, right? While they trying to find the Lord to praise, we are becoming the Lord's. Look, this is how it works. This is from the book of Divinity, right? Div decree. Div is the head of the divine council. The leader of the divine council is called Div, right? So the lead god at the time is the head of the divine council and takes a title called Div, right? Watch what it says. Watch what he decreed. Div decreed, for 200 years he shall serve as marshal. We just seen that, right? And for them 200 years, he will, and under as many as 40 lords and gods. So in a sense, every 5 years you switch in post, right? right? Basically, think of it like an army, right? For 5 years, you're going to go and be posted in Maryland. And for 5 years, you're going to Virginia. And for 5 years, you go down to Leavenworth. And then for 5 years, you go over here to Area 51. And for 5 years, you go to Groom Lake. And for 5 years, you go to San Diego. For as many as 40 lords and gods, right? So 40 divided by 200 equals 5. So on average, for 5 years, he'll switch up his, on an average of 5 years, he'll switch up his post. Y'all follow me? Hit me with a vortex if y'all follow me. For 200 years, he shall serve as a marshal, and under as many as 40 lords and gods, right? There are multiple gods, y'all. All time. There are gods who are higher raised than true God, who work for true God. There are Ethereal angels way higher than true God is, who come down and work and help for true God. That's system in order. The older brother always come back and help the younger brother. The older sisters come back and always help the younger sister. It's the same thing in the beginning of life. The elder being helps the one with more knowledge and power, helps the one that has less power. Or, when you're coming into life, the mother helps the infant. Infant ain't got no power, ain't got no strength, right? They don't know how to move. They don't know what to do, right? They need somebody to take care of them, right? For many of us, that the same thing happens when we cross over in spirit. If you wasn't strong here, how you expect to be strong there? If you wasn't strong spiritually here on earth, how do you think you're going to be strong spiritually there? Right? You need somebody to help you. Right? And on average, for a new spirit, takes about 2 years. The person who teaches you that is called an asaf. But you graduate from that up to a title called marshal. And over a 200-year span, you will work for about 40 gods or lords. In as many as 20 heavens. So you will have 2 jobs in each, roughly in each place. Over a 10-year span, you'll do 2 different marshaling jobs. And this was the 42nd divine law. And Div decreed, he shall now be promoted to Lord and have dominion over a city or nation of mortals and over the spirits belonging to that city or nation. And this was the 43rd divine law. Yep. This is the spirit rate chart. Hold on, right? This is the spirit rate of the rise and ingress. You dig what I'm talking about? First resurrection, second resurrection, third resurrection. Notice you are coming from a singularity to an all-encompassing view. On earth, you're trying to get to the one. You're trying to get to that singularity. You're rising upwards. Once you get to the heavens, you broaden. Right? How you get more power is through affiliation. See, up here is isolation, but then you got more when when you deal with like churches and groups and gang and all them, you dig what I'm talking about? Look, we all them groups is second resurrection. This is death right here, the severing point. When you're in isolation in the lower heavens, you are the weakest. Huh? This is why affiliation is a must, huh? On earth and in the heavens. Right? Then you create communities, rising even higher, and then into nations, right? And then all mortals become one. That's when you're strong. Right? That's when you become a bride and bridegroom. And then once you pure, once you clean, you can leave out of the atmosphere and go see other places. Right? What you talking about, Cosmon? Huh? What you saying? Earth ain't the only place where there is man? Yep. What about the benefit of being able to judge where your soul will go upon your death? Ain't that a benefit? Huh? Remember, that's oahspe whole purpose, right? It tell you about a lot of other stuff. You dig what I'm talking about? I'll give you a lot of history and science and all that. But the purpose of oahspe is for you to hear the Creator's voice, to see his heavens, live and full conscious without having to die, pray, meditate. You ain't got to take no drugs, nothing. In full consciousness. So the point is to hear the voice, see the heavens, and know of a fact and a surety where you gonna go upon your physical death. Huh? Book of Judgment. Whether on earth or in heaven, the same rules apply to both. He who serves himself one half and serves others one half shall stand at grade 50. Y'all see how it works? This is how spirit grade work. This is how you know where you gonna go upon your death. This is how you gonna judge yourself. Because if you serve yourself 50% of the time and serve other people 50% of the time, selfish and unselfish, you shall stand at grade 50. You get it? He who serves himself 3/4 selfishly and others 1/4 shall stand at grade 25. Get it? The more you help, the higher your spirit rate is. He who serves himself 1/4 and others 3/4 shall stand at grade 75. Huh? Turn around and judge yourself right now. Huh? It's a benefit to know where you are. How much of your life do you do for other people? Good works for other people with no benefit back. How many times you didn't open that door, carry that garbage, smiled at somebody, gave them an encouraging word? You dig what I'm talking about? Went in the backyard, cut that old lady grass down the street. You know she can't get out there, cut that dang on grass. You know it. You go down there and cut that old lady grass? Huh? How much do you serve others? And how much do you serve yourself? Ask yourself and be raw with yourself. That's going to tell you where you're going to go. Watch this. He who serves himself only stands at grade 1. He who serves others wholly stands at grade 99. And whoever serves accordingly himself or others shall stand in grade even as his works manifest. So if you helping people 75% of the time, helping yourself 25% of the time, your spirit rate is 75. If you helping people 5% of the time, but 95% of the time, you do things selfishly for yourself, your spirit rate is 5. You see why that 372-year date can be adjustable, because if I start at 5 and you start at 50, you dig what I'm talking about? It's gonna take me time just to get to 50. While you at 50, you're already climbing. By the time it probably took me to get to 50, you will be at 99. See what I'm saying? So if you start at 50 and I start at 5, it's more likely that you gonna reach the end, right, of 100 or get to 100 before I do. See what I'm saying? That's fair. If I learned goodness, peace, and all that stuff, and all that, some good stuff, and let's say I live a 30% life, I had a 30% spiritual rate. I help people 30% of the time, 70% of the time I help myself. When I die, ain't it fair, right? If my spirit rate is 30 and there's a heaven situated for 30s, right? That I go to the heaven for the 30s? Ain't that fair? Where I have the most benefit? This is how heaven works. It's system and order to it. And it's logical. It's common sense. It ain't hard to think about. You dig what I'm talking about? You ain't got to contemplate long on it, because it's about what you are doing. Only thing you got to do is be real with you, because guess what? You ain't fooling me. You tricking yourself. Huh? And whoever serves accordingly, himself or others, shall stand in grade, even as his works manifest. How about the benefit, right? How about the benefit of not having to slaughter millions of animals nor children to burn as a sweet savior to your deity? Oh, yeah. In that Bible, your God has been known to ask, command, tempt, and even set laws about the killing of children. What's the brother's name? Whose daughter came back and he sacrificed her and lit her on fire. What's the brother's name in the Bible? Where he told the Lord that if you give me the victory, the first thing that come out of my house, I'm gonna sacrifice. His name is Jephthah. Yup, Jephthah and his daughter, right? Now, instead of the Lord saying, "Nah, you know what, Jephthah? Yeah, it's cool, man. I know you told me that, dog, but I don't even want you to burn your baby up." The Lord accepted Jephthah's daughter as a burnt offering, huh? And think about it. He said that burning meat, that burning baby back, baby back, baby back, baby back, baby back, baby back, chilies, baby back ribs. Them niggas some drugs. Listen, they barbecuing little babies with the sweet baby Ray on it. God is commanding this in the Bible. Huh? They had burnt all altars and all type of stuff. How about the benefit in oahspe? A creator will never ask you to slaughter an animal, sacrifice anything, or burn your children as a sweet savior, huh? So he could smell that barbecue flavor coming off them baby backs. Look at that, man. Chopped off goat heads. And the thing is, the crazy part is, the same thing you got to do to the goat head, you got to do to the baby. You got to gut it, pare it, take the fat from the innards, wash the blood, throw the blood on a board. You got to make a blood border. What are we talking about? It's a benefit. You don't got to kill little bad. Little bad. Little bad is a benefit that you don't got to kill him. Huh? First book of God. God said, now, I want you to compare this to what happened with Abraham, right? First book of God, right? God said, hey, partner, would you sacrifice your 3 sons if commanded by your creator? Huh? Poe said, look here, they the creators, they not even mine. How dare I? Huh? How dare I think that I could sacrifice that which is another's? What God say to him? You are wise. Huh? You know the higher law. Huh? Which is to not sacrifice. Huh? Or to take anything that is not yours. And guess what? You ain't get at life. Even if it came out your stomach. It came out your sack. Right? Y'all didn't do it by yourself. And the life pre-existed before your semen or the egg. You are co-procreators, not the creator. Huh? It's a clear benefit in knowing, right? A clear benefit in knowing that creator nor true God would never ask or tempt you to sacrifice your children. Now judge that against the character of the God that asked Abraham to sacrifice his son. Huh? Genesis 22, 1 and 2. And it came to pass after these things that God did tempt Abraham. He didn't ask Abraham a question. Would you kill your son if I asked you to, Abraham? He ain't say that. What did he say? And it came to pass after these things that God did tempt Abraham and said unto him, Abraham. And he said, behold, here I am. And he said, take now thy son. He didn't ask him a question. He told him. But this is the problem. A lot of people don't understand this. You probably never even noticed this. Watch this. Right? Watch this. Is Ishmael Abraham's son? The Bible even tell you that Ishmael is Abraham's son. But you know what these lying scribes forgot? Huh? This is how you can tell some earlier people wrote, and then later on people wrote. Ain't one person just write this stuff. Because watch this. They trying to convince us that Ishmael is Abraham's son, but even the Bible, this ain't out oahspe. This out your own Bible admits that Isaac, right, is Abraham's only son. Only. But Ishmael, but Ishmael is older than Isaac. Correct. So, if Abraham was going to be true to the heathen way of sacrifice and the burnt offering, he would have sacrificed the first fruit. So he would have took Ishmael, right, as the burnt offering. Even the God would have asked for Ishmael, but they didn't. Why? Because Ishmael, regardless to if Ishmael is older, Ishmael is not his son. And watch, Bible admits that Isaac, who is younger than Ishmael, is Abraham's only son. This is in Genesis 22, 1 and 2. I didn't notice this, y'all. As a matter of fact, I didn't understand this. I probably didn't catch this till 2023. No, watch this, right? Because I didn't know this. Now, we had always been told that Ishmael and Isaac are Abraham's son. But it's not. Watch this. And it came to pass after these things that God did tempt Abraham and said unto him, behold, here I am. And he said, now take now thy son. Who? Thine only son. But Ishmael is 14 years older than Isaac. So if Ishmael would have been Abraham's son, Isaac couldn't be his only son. Bible even admit, right? They did. See, the thing is, when you tell a lie, you gotta keep telling it. It's hard to tell a lie, for 2,000 plus years. Yeah. And then different men take upon themselves to rewrite the lie, and they forget the lie that the last nigga told. See, because when you got to tell that lie, you got to keep telling it, or you going to expose yourself just like this. Take thine only son. I didn't say this. Bible is saying this. Bible also saying, it's the biblical God who's saying Abraham was this pimped out loc nigga who was pumped Hagar up and then kicked her out in the desert like a pimp. You dig what I'm talking about? Yeah, it makes that claim too. Oahspe say Abraham was large, copper-colored, negroidal, black hair, long beard. That nigga was fierce to look at. But you know what it said? His soul was gentle as a woman's. Don't they tell you Abraham went in, killed up a whole bunch of niggas, went to war and all that? No. You know why Abraham even stood out during his time? Because he never would give advice as an oracle or a prophecy to a king about war. Because he never would give him good prophecies about war and, you know what I mean, earthly bullshit. He ended up standing out because he didn't give the king what he wanted. But look, the Bible say Isaac is his only son. Well, whose son is Ishmael then? Take thine only son Isaac, whom thou lovest, and get thee to the land of Moriah. He said, you better get over there and offer him there for a burnt offering upon one of the mountains which I will tell of thee. Watch this. Now, this is from oahspe, first book of God, 9:17 through 19. This is the benefit of reading it, right? Because you get a whole nother story. Watch this. Then the Spirit spoke, saying, right? This is talking about Abram, right? What shall a man love above all things? Now, mind you, this is a false deity, for context, who followed Abraham and them back to the camp they set up, Jehovah Jireh, right? And after the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah, true God and his angels fled. Oh, they didn't flee. They left Moses, Abraham, so the dark spirits can come around to teach him a lesson. The lesson was that anybody can be fooled by these spirits, right? Because these spirits who may be low and demonic, are nonetheless powerful and intelligent, and can come in any form, shape, figure, taking upon any name, in light and glory and all that. You dig what I'm talking about? So he allowed this spirit, this dark demonic spirit who had followed the people out of Sodom and Gomorrah. You dig what I'm talking about? And he allowed them to come over there and speak to Abram, right? So this is where we pick up at, right? So this is a dark spirit speaking, the false God, right? Benefit, that's a benefit to knowing. Watch this. Then the Spirit spoke, saying, what shall a man love above all things in the world? And Abraham said, God. And the Spirit said, for which reason, and look, oahspe doubles down, you shall offer your only son Isaac. So not only does Bible say it, but the higher raised angels of oahspe double down that this was a real event, and this was what actually was said. So we can see where the changes was, right? So in both instances, the Spirit did say, you shall offer your only son, Isaac. Remember, these boys ain't writing prophetically. They're copying the Egyptian text. So they just wrote it, not knowing what they was doing, that in thousands of years, they would be telling on themselves. Huh? For which reason you shall offer your only son Isaac as a burnt offering, and it shall be testimony before your people that you will obey God even to the sacrifice of your own flesh, huh? And kin. But watch what Abraham said. Huh? Abraham ain't do what they said in the Bible. He actually, if he did what they said in the Bible, he took the higher road, right? They tell you that every spirit that comes to you is not good, and that you must what? Test the spirit, right? And guess what you gotta have, right? You to test the spirit, you gotta have some intestinal fortitude, huh? You gotta have faith, huh? That the entity that it told you thou shalt not kill all your life. You got to use your common sense, which they say ain't that common no more. But you got to find a little bit and figure out, wait a minute, Negro, you told me my whole goddamn on life, thou shalt not kill. Didn't you? Didn't you? with your punk ass. See, why y'all ain't talking to him like that? Soon as he tell you some bullshit, why ain't you cutting into him? Because you're too scared. Knees knocking. Huh? Over there on your knees. Holy, holy. Oh, Lord, help me, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Oh, help me, Lord. Oh, my God. Oh, help me, Jesus. Oh, help me. But what did your ancestor Abraham do? Abraham said, show me that you are God. Huh? Don't tell me to kill nothing. Huh? Show me that you are God. So that I may not err. So I don't make no mistake. Because I have been commanded not to kill. My whole life, I've been commanded not to kill. Huh? So if you want me to kill myself, no, you show me you God and you kill it. Huh? With your punk ass. Because I don't think you God now. God would never ask you to do nothing like that. That's dark. That's demonic. And it's illogical for you to tell me to kill my son after you done told me my whole life, thou shalt not kill. So what happened? After he checked the spirit, after he tested the spirit, like the Bible tell you to, huh? It do tell you to test the spirit. That would have been a benefit of the Bible had he brought that out. But he didn't. Huh? It take a real one, like a faithist, a realist, to just look at the table plain. The Bible do say that. But it don't teach you how. Huh? Weigh all that good that you told me to do against all this evil you telling me to do. Wait a minute. Thou shalt not kill is clear. That is clear as a brand new window pane. Ain't no, oh, maybe, or what if something happens? What if somebody come in your crib, Cosmon? Thou shalt not kill. Huh? Oh yeah, and just so y'all know, you think you about to run up on the faithers? Jaja tell us to defend ourselves. It don't tell us to go over there and start stuff, but it tell us to be raw, be physically able and capable of defending yourself, punishing some stuff. Boy, we'll put you in a hospital, break your jaw. Huh? You gonna run and tell the police on us through the wire. Because Jaja say, yeah, you can get these nuts. Just don't kill him. Young man in the debate asked me, well, how do you defend your home? Give us one definitive way to defend your home. I told him, run. Right? His ego, right? Wouldn't let him think about what else could have been going on in that home. What if my child was there? Sometimes it is best to run. And think about it. If the Romans are coming for you, huh? 30,000 in a Roman legion. It's 12 of y'all. You ain't even got a pistol. Yeah. It's best to run, homie. Live to fight another day. Huh? It all depends. But real life. Let me take you back to 2020. Right? 2021. Sucker tried to break in my house. I popped his ass 4 times. Right? I didn't press charges on him, and I didn't kill him. So I figured we was even. I shot you in your dick, in your guts, in your back, and in your chest. I ain't kill you though. Huh? We not punks. We not Christians. We not Buddhists. We not Brahmins. We not Islamists. I'll slap fire about you. Huh? This is what they was talking about when your hands is too short to box with God, your arm too. Stop playing. Spirituality ain't soft in the Cosmon era. Ain't no turn, no cheeks over here. We ain't there. Huh? The world ain't there. Pac told you it's crazy to be humble. You gotta have gumption and will. Huh? Because without that, you can't test the spirit. He says, show me you God, so I don't make no mistakes, homie. Because you commanded me not to kill. And the spirit departed away from Abraham, perceiving that he knew the higher law. First book of God, 10:1, right? And what? Watch this. This is the lesson learned. This is the benefit. You learn the benefit of why the story is even told. They tell you in Bible it's because, God had to stop this nigga. And they tell you Abraham already knew that he was about to go kill his son. And oahspe, he said he didn't know. And when he figured out, oh, you want me to kill my son? Nigga, listen. Show me you God then. If you God, show me you God. You don't know why? Because wait a minute. You supposedly, Negro, been telling me my whole life thou shalt not kill. So now you telling me to kill not only kill, but kill not only my son, but my only son. Nigga that I got when I was 100. Huh? Wait a minute. The same son that you supposedly blessed me with at 100, you want me to kill a nigga? No, you kill him. You show me you God. Since he yours, go ahead. Let me see you with your big bad ass. That's what Moses did. That's what Abraham did. Now watch this. Let's learn the benefit of learning why this story is even truly told. The first book of God, 10:1. Abraham said, this testimony I declare to you regarding which your own brethren are witnesses. So this is one thing oahspe lets you know too, is that when the spirit came and spoke to Abraham, everybody was able to see it. So when he made that and told him to go to Mount Moriah, the next morning, he had a whole group of niggas with him. That's what people don't understand. They heard and seen the spirit they self. This is testimony I declare to you regarding which your own brethren are witnesses. That even what? Hold on. That even the chosen of God, the chosen of the Creator, can be deceived by evil angels. Anybody can say they created. Anybody can say they God. I can say I am the creator. But it is my deeds and actions and my character that would prove it. Didn't Anu say he was the creator? Where he at? Didn't Amun Ra say he was the creator? Where he at? Didn't they say, Atum, the waters of Nu and Atum? He created a pyramid out of the murky waters. Cosmon, it's called the Ben. Where he at? See, when you claim you the creator, you got to turn around and live up to it. And guess what they can't never do? So just like all evil, false gods, they fall, and so do their accompanying lands and kingdoms. How we know Osiris is false? Egypt fell. They're warring gods. Some lose. Osiris lost. The whole point of why true God pulled back from Abraham and let the evil spirit come to him was for him to learn a lesson that even the chosen, even Abraham got tricked. He didn't get tricked, but he thought, shit, nigga, I don't, how do I know this is not true God? It's the message. Oahspe tell you to listen to the message. Many of y'all come to us and y'all know y'all tell us about these spiritual interactions that y'all didn't have. I believe y'all. I know that y'all be telling the truth. You dig what I'm talking about? But I always ask him, what did he tell you? Let's prove and see. Right? And yesterday, we showed you the system of how to prove if an angel is of the creator or if it's a low, evil, demonic spirit, a familiar, a juge. We showed you. And that's by listening to the message. They're telling you about earthly gains, getting a new wife, you dig what I'm talking about? Being king, going to war, hitting the lottery numbers. That's a demon. You gotta, if they're talking anything about earth, how you come up, how to get better, how to do this. If they talking about any of that, it's an evil angel, a juge. So now we know why the story is told in truth. Not that Moses was a fanatical, willing child pederast. You dig what I'm talking about? Or a pedivore, like he was going to burn the baby up and then offer it up for a sweet savor. No. It was seen and people wrote about it. And the whole purpose is to teach man, to teach us that even the prophets can be deceived by evil angels. Why? How? How can an evil angel even fool the chosen of the Most High, of the Creator? Right? Abraham, the real deal, and he dang near got tricked. How? Because these evil angels, right? For they can take any name and any form, and having no fear of true God before them, they declare falsehood for truth and darkness for light. If that sounds familiar, huh? If that's what's going on today, hit me with a vortex in the chat. People are declaring falsehood as truth. They are declaring things of darkness as light. These brothers tell you that they will kill their child and that that's righteous if a God told you to do it. They're trying to tell you that that dark deed is light. Huh? Oahspe clear away all the cognitive dissonance. For they can take the name of any God in any form, and having no fear of true God before them, they declare falsehood for truth and darkness for light. That's 2026. Huh? This ain't thousands of years ago. What about benefit number 47? That the Eucharist, huh? Or the communion, right? They call it communion. I grew up in the Church of Christ, right? We used to call it communion, and they passed this little juice and this cracker around. You dig what I'm talking about? And they say that this is a representative as the blood of Christ in the body of Jesus, the body of Jesus and the blood of Jesus, right? How about the benefit of knowing that the communion ritual, the acting like, you know what I mean? This juice is blood and this cracker is human flesh, is a cannibalistic ritual of the ancient god called the Balgan gods. The Balgan god is the god that always took human sacrifice. Remember, before this set of current gods, Buddhism, Brahmanism, all that, they were sacrificing people, animals, all that. That old ritualistic style is a style of rulership in the heavens, right? Called the Balgan god. The Balgan god, Baal, is lion, means like ferocious, right? And in these rituals to these gods was much bloodletting, right? They don't know this is pre-Egypt, pre-Sumer, pre-Phoenicia. Mind you, Susa has been occupied for over 10,000 consecutive years. In Persia, ancient Susa was there before Persepolis. Huh? Right? There before Babylon. There before Egypt. There before Nubia. Before Cush. There was the ancient city of Susa. So, and even there, they had these bloodletting rituals. The ancient Mayans and Olmecs, bloodletting rituals. It's ancient. You dig what I'm talking about? But them types of gods were overthrown in the 23rd arc cycle by what you would call your Sumerian style gods, Egyptian style, modern Brahmin style, and modern Buddhist style. right? Your Osiris's and your Anus and your Enlils and your Vishnus and Brahmas, and you dig what I'm talking about? These people come up on the scene to overthrow this older style. And then Christ, Buddha, Brahma, and them come a little later and overthrow even the Osiris's, the Tians, the Suggas, those guys, right? So we talking about two sets of gods ago prior to that, right? So behold, the Uzians of the world's peoples, right? Where did Cain go to find a wife, right? Some books in the modern King James Version, it'll say Nod, right? But if you go back to the old King James Version, the original, and go back to the stories of Adam and Eve, Cain went to the land of Uz. Huh? Go read it. Uz, a place of darkness, destruction, evil, harshness, a place of no light, a place of the destroyers, the world people. Huh? Behold, the Uzians, the world's people, have a custom of eating bread and drinking wine, saying like the worshipers of the Balgan god of old. Huh? So the bloodletting ritual, right, comes from the ancient worship of an old god. The crazy part is, why is it in your Bible? Hmm? Hmm? How did your Christ get it, right? How did your Christ get it in the 400s BC when this predates Sumer? This is prior to 4000 BC. Huh? How Ezra write it in the Bible around 400 BC, but the Balgan god and the worship of the Balgan god pre-exists 4000 BC. By 4000, it was done pretty much. So how does quote unquote El of Canaan get it? How does Yahweh get it? How do Christ get it? See, y'all didn't know Jebus had a god. Jebus' God is named Christ. That's why his followers are named Christians. What did the worshipers of the gods of old say? They used to say, eat this, for it is my flesh, and drink of this, for it is my blood, signifying that which they do was commanded by me, God of heaven and earth. We find that in the Bible. Huh? Look what you God say. Judgment is rendered against this custom of communion with abhorrence. Let's look up what the definition of abhorrence is. Okay, let me share this with you real quick. Abhorrence, right? Abhorrence means a feeling of repulsion or disgusted loathing. The thought of marrying, this is how you use it in a sentence. The thought of marrying him filled her with abhorrence, a repulsion, a disgusted loathing. Huh? So judgment is rendered against this custom of communion, the Eucharist, with disgust. Huh? Moreover, from now on, it shall be known as blasphemy against the Creator. Your God, listen, your God, we ain't talking about they God, right? Remember, they God is praised. Yours ain't. Huh? When you say we ain't got a God, we just don't praise our God. That's bro. Fuck, I look like praising my brother. And we ain't even got a God today. Check. Ha ha. We ain't got no God, sucker. Huh? Talking all that God mess. We ain't got no God. We got a goddess. Now you wondering why them prayers ain't been answered, huh? Mm-hmm. Shout out Shay Steve. Now, dig this. Your God has never, ever commanded man to eat flesh and blood. Never. Huh? Never. Never mean not even once. Huh? Well, if your God, let this sink in, huh? If your God has never commanded man to eat flesh and blood, well, who the hell God and what God is that in the Bible that commands you to eat flesh and blood? Huh? Check. If God, true, never commanded man to eat flesh and blood, nor pretended that bread and wine were flesh and blood, nor commanded them to be eaten in remembrance of flesh and blood of any man or woman born, well, then who is that nigga in the Bible? Who is that nigga on that nag in Revelations 19 and 11? Huh? Calvin Candy? Who is that man on that nag, Mr. Candy? Your papa would be rolling over his grave if he knew a nigga was sleeping in the big house. Huh? Who is this nigga? If your God, if true God, never commanded man to eat flesh, he ain't pretend that bread was wine. And he never commanded you, right, to eat in remembrance of Jebus. Huh? If true God never did it, who is this nigga that did? Huh? Okay. Yeah, see, we got the benefit of knowing, right? How about benefit number 48? Or the liberty and mental freedom offered by the Creator, right? You were created a perpetual judge. Precept, huh? Matthew 7. Judge not that ye be not judged. What? This is what Bible say. Judge not that ye be not judged, for with that judgment ye judge, ye shall be judged. And with that measure ye meet, or you dole out, it shall be measured to you again. Okay, but the question is, right, if I do apply judgment and I am correct in my judgment, right? Wouldn't I want that to be the same thing that I get? So why wouldn't I judge? Huh? It don't make sense. Huh? To give me logic in a mind to think through the world, but then to cut off my logic when it is time to make things make sense. If I know I did a good job and I judge correctly, why wouldn't I want that same judge? That's what I want. Now, right? Now compare that. Judge not that you should be judged or you gonna get the same judgment. Now compare that to the freedom of thought and mind given from the creator of all, found in the book of earth, sky, and spirit. Oahspe, book of inspiration. You shall be your own judge in all things. It told you to judge not. Bible told you to judge not. Creator said, I made you a judge in all things. Uh-oh. Behold, I sent my God to judge you. But you shall also judge the judgments of your God. Come on. See the difference? And afterwards, you shall judge yourself in the same way. I created you a perpetual, that means unceasingly. Without stop. I created you a judge, a perpetual judge. Not only to judge yourself and all the world besides, but you shall judge even me, the creator. You got to be cold. You got to be cold to let the watch judge the watchmaker. You got to know you did it right. Or you ain't gonna let your creation judge you. Only a false God wouldn't let you judge it. Only a false creator wouldn't let you see that he was right. You gotta judge it. I have given you many sacred books, and I said to you, unless you judge them. But how do you judge them? You gotta read them. So unless you read them and then judge them, you shall be caught in a snare. I charge you. You shall accept nothing. Uh-oh. No, you can accept a little bit from Cosmon, No. You can accept a little bit from TD Jakes. You can accept a little bit. I charge you, you shall accept nothing from men, angels, or gods. But you shall rely on your own inspiration from your creator. It's glory. Right? It's really a simple choice. It's either the mental shackles of a jealous, vengeful, wrathful man of war found in Bible, or the freedom, justice, and liberty bred by mental assurity and spiritual strength given by the creator of all, and only revealed within the pages of oahspe, which is truly a more beneficial mental state for our people today. Is jealousy, vengefulness, and wrathfulness and war, beneficial? Or is freedom, justice, and liberty and mental assurity more beneficial for our people today? You choose. What about benefit number 49? The how, right? All y'all, everybody have asked this question. How did the Creator create? What did he do? Do we got like a sign, a symbol, or something on earth? How you do something then and you not doing it now? Right? See, one thing about the Creator it can't do is stop creating. If you ever see, this is the thing, you got to be able to hold your deity, your Creator, your God to the task. If he rests or stops or ceases for even a millisecond, guess what he ain't for that second? He ain't the Creator. So if your God rested, that's a quick way to know he ain't the Creator, because the Creator must always unceasingly create and destroy all at the same time. How about benefit number 49? The how, the Creator's methodology behind creation, right? The Holy Bible says, right, in Genesis 1:1, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Well, okay, God. Okay. You created the heavens and the earth. All right, but how did you create it? I don't give a dang. You said you did it. Nigga, I built the Empire State Building. Well, how'd you do it, Cosmon? Well, see what happened was, you will go to hell, nigga. Don't ask me questions. That's what your God do. Ask your God how he created the heavens and the earth. How he do it? With what? When? Remember, we looking for the methodology, the method behind creation. What did he use? What did he do? And guess what? There better be proof of it still today. So how did you do it, God, Elohim? Since you a majestic plural and you a bunch of niggas from the get-go, not just one. How did you create it? You should be able to tell us this very easily. Biblical God, once again, shows himself woefully lacking in axioms when it comes to information on this level. He ain't got it. He can't tell you how he did it. Because if he tried to tell you, it exposed that he was a liar. Now let's contrast Bible versus oahspe. We're talking about benefits, right? Right? We're trying to find the benefit, right, of how creation is started. How, the methodology behind it. We ask God, crickets. Biblical God, Hey, biblical God, how'd you create the heavens and the earth? You could hear a rat piss on cotton in a church house. Quiet on the set. Now let's contrast that versus oahspe. right? Now we ask God, how did you create it? Now let's ask the creator of all. How do you create sun, moons, and stars, dog? How you do it, bruh? Give me a way, something. Homeboy just said he made it. What you got to say about it? Huh? And then we can see which one is more beneficial, right? God in Genesis, he ain't got no answers. Let's see if oahspe is precept upon precept. How about the benefit of knowing the basic structure of creation? Book of Inspiration. As the whirlwind gathers up dust and drives it towards a center, so is the plan of my universe. Is the solar system spinning and moving? And is our sun in an orbit around the galactic center, which is spinning and moving? Is it shaped like a vortex in a whirlwind? We know they're called spiraling galaxies. Stop it. We can see this objectively in nature. We can see the whirlwind and we can see the galaxy. How about the benefit of knowing the general character of creation, or i.e., what to look for in creation? Book of Jehovah. The whirlwind I made as a sign to man of the way, of the method of my created worlds. As you see the power of the whirlwind gathering up the dust of the earth and driving it together, know that likewise I bring together the Ji, the Aja, and the nebula. Y'all see Ji and Aja all the time, right? Aja is the dark stuff in the sky. Ji is the semi-light, cloud-like stuff that looks in the sky. And nebula is the material like comets or meteors that fall on the planet. But more than meteors, more than just rock, it's sand up there, it's oil up there, it's water up there. Every element is in the ethers, or the quote unquote waters above the firmament. Together, he say, know that likewise I bring together the Ji, the Aja, and the nebula in the firmament of heaven by the power of whirlwind, the vortex. And remember, it must happen in fluid and air. They spiral. Just like in the air, you dig what I'm talking about? It creates a whirlwind, right? That is the mechanism used to create suns, moons, and stars, because it condenses material in the middle. How about the benefit of science proving what oahspe is claiming? By the power of rotation, swift driving at the periphery, I condense the atmospheric worlds. I condense the atmospheric or the gaseous. I condense the gaseous worlds that float in the firmament. And these become my corporeal physical worlds like Earth. In the midst of the vortices, I made them. And by the power of the vortices, I turned them on their axis. Earth turns on its axis. Mercury turns on its axis. Mars turns on its axis. Jupiter turns on its axis. Uranus turns on its axis, and its axis is north and south. How does a planet turn? Huh? And by the power of the vortices, I turn them. On their axes. Why does the wind move? Huh? What generates wind? Huh? I carry them on their axes and carry them in the orbits. Because see, not only is our planet spinning on its axis, it's in an orbit around the sun. That's two sets of a whole different movement. Nonetheless, it's spinning vortexially, spirally. Uh-oh. But watch this. Wider than to the planets of wider than the moons of a planet, I have created the vortices, and I carry them, and they carry the moons also. So this is why you see in Saturn, its moons are within its rings. Its rings are a representation of its vortex. Huh? It's physical. Air is physical. And that air, even out to the wisp, go even way beyond the moons. Even on Earth. Why do you think he made Jupiter or Saturn? So you could see in real time that there is something around, a gaseous like womb around the planet that spins. And it's spinning so fast that it's turning that massive body in the middle called a planet. But watch this. Did y'all know that these vortices carry the moons? And that, right? So oahspe is making a claim that our moon is in our atmosphere. There's a benefit to knowing that science proves oahspe. A lot of people be thinking I'll be capping when I say that, but then I always go into the scientific data of what you say. I be saying stuff and it sounds so crazy when I say it. I know. The earth is in the moon's, the moon is in the earth's atmosphere. It sounds crazy because you've always been duped into believing the moon was in outer space. Huh? This is how we know over here as faithers that regardless to either whether they NASA made it to the moon or not, right? They never reached outer space. They was lying either way. You never went to outer space. The International Space Station is in our lower atmosphere. Uh-oh. Huh? Yeah, it's above the earth, but it's still low. It don't go past the moon. It's only about 60 miles up. Let that sink in. Huh? There's a benefit to knowing that science proves oahspe. I'll be saying some crazy stuff, but then I go and show you science is backing up everything I'm saying. This is crazy. I know. Y'all didn't think, oh, ain't no, the science ain't found nothing up under the sea down there in the Pacific Cosmos. And then I'll whip out that science did. That there's whole structures down there. Huh? I know. It be sounding crazy. Till you get punched with the facts. But there's a benefit to knowing that science proves oahspe. The fact that worlds are created first from condensed gases was revealed first in oahspe in 1881, right? The understanding that this happens and how they know that this is the way that planets are created is now called the Bose-Einstein experiment, which is birthing the new scientific field of quantum statistics in 1995. See, the fun beneficial fact is oahspe revealed in 1881 that the moon was carried within the Earth's atmosphere, right? Modern science didn't figure this out till 2019. Benefit number 50. How about the benefit of knowing objectively that the world isn't flat? Huh? Book of Cosmogony. The same principle applies to all the stars, suns, planets, moons. The Earth floats in the middle of a vortex, the outer extremity of which is somewhat beyond the moon. The vortex is globular, corresponding to the form of the Earth. The vortex is globular, so the planet conforms to its shape, right? So let me show you the vortex of a planet, right? The vortex of a planet, and because of its globular shape, it creates a planet that is globular, right? Hold on, let me show y'all this. Y'all see that? That's Saturn. Y'all see them rings around it? That's the vortex around that planet. And all the moons of Saturn are carried within it because of the globular shape of the round shape of the vortex. It produces a round planet, right? You see the dust gather here, the greatest force east to west on its axis, right? But there's stuff up here too, below it, above it, still moving in a vortexian toroidal pattern, right? It's moving toroidally, vortexian, right? Right? And then hold on, let me show y'all something. Hold on, let me hold on. I want to show y'all that our planet is roughly 70% water, right? Our planet is 70% water, right? And that we see that when a spiraling vortexian force is applied to corporeal material, it condenses in a ball, right? But what happens to water when you put it in low gravity spatial regions, right? If there is one specific system, right, and it works on all corporeal material, hold on, and it works on and it works on all corporeal material exactly the same, right? Well, even water in the higher upper atmosphere, and especially out in deep space, huh? Watch this. Hold on. I want to show y'all something, right? Because what happens to water in low gravity? It turns globular. Huh? If y'all think if the water will do it, why wouldn't rock? Look at that. That's what water does in low gravity. It turns globular. This kills flat earth ideology, period. So this kills the whole ideology of flat earth, because even water in low gravity turns to a ball, a glob. Huh? Now imagine if you spun that. If you put vortex on it, it would stay condensed. Right? It would stay condensed, but it would spin on its axis. The same thing happens with the planet. It's okay. He got his radio playing. Okay, get down. Get down. Sit. Sit. I hear it too. It's okay. So I just wanted to show y'all that real quick. Right? Because we can see what happens to this corporeal material. Don't matter what type of material it is. In low gravity, it turns into a ball. Huh? And guess what? The same principles apply to all the stars, suns, planets, and moons. So if the same thing going on here on Earth and on our moon is going on the moons of Jupiter, is going on the moons of Uranus, is going on in the moons of Neptune, because the same principles apply. The Earth floats in a vortex. The sun floats in a vortex. Our moon floats in a vortex. Even your body is in a vortex. We just call it aura. The outer extremity of which is somewhat beyond the moon. Huh? The vortex is past the moon and it carries the moon. The vortex is globular, right? Corresponding to the form of the earth. How about how to find the highest wisdom when you're dealing with the masses? See, this is a benefit. Book of Jehovah's Kingdom on Earth. Wait a minute. It's a Jehovah's Kingdom on Earth. Well, you have been praying for over the last 2,000 years. Your kingdom come, your will be done here on earth as in heaven. You prayed for this. The Creator has sent Goddess to ask, well, who ready to build it? Right? That's what this time about. Separating the wheat from the chaff. Separating those who will from those who won't. This is why, even for the Aboriginal community, delineation is so powerful. Huh? Because how do you find who has the highest wisdom when you're dealing with the masses? Creator lets you know this insight. He lets you know this insight. When the mass of people try to tell you something is right, they're always wrong, because the highest wisdom in the state or in a community is not with the majority, huh? But with a small minority. Hold on, wait a minute. We live in a republic today, huh? Where the majority makes the rules, huh? So now you know why our system and living of life in the Americas is so messed up. Because most people are dumb as shit. Stupid, ignorant, low, drunk. And on top of that, they evil. Not only they stupid, they dumb and evil. That's the majority. Huh? I can agree with the God body when they say 85% of people. Dumb as shit. There's another 10% ain't too much smarter. Huh? Why is so messed up in this republic when it's supposed to be the best? Well, nigga, the majority has always led to destruction. Why? Because the highest light ain't in the community, ain't with the majority. That's why that's why they call this knowledge a cult. Because it's hidden. Because you gotta want it to get it. They don't want shit but some money. Something to fill their stomach and sit on their private parts. Huh? The highest wisdom is not with the majority, but with the small minority. It's a benefit to knowing that. Huh? The Creator's purpose for life and death. Ask God what this purpose of life and death is. They don't know. This is why they confused. This is why people be asking, well, why are we here, Creator? Why are we here, God? For 1,000 years, Bible ain't never gave you no answers. Let the Creator speak. Here's a benefit. The nigga who did it all tell you why he did it. You ain't got to believe Cosmon. Don't believe oahspe. Just see if the soul food tastes if it's seasoned right. Let's say, okay, hey, biblical God. Oh, yes, Cosmon. What could you show me in the Bible or what you created life for? See, what had happened was, Cosmon, the way I set my spirituality up is, right, I got a debit and a credit. Mm-hmm. Now let's ask Jaja, huh? Hey, Jaja, hey, what you create life for here there, bud? Hey, what's the purpose of life and death? Huh? Jaja say, I created the earth and fashioned it and placed it in the firmament, and by my presence, brought forth man, a living being. I gave him why? I gave him a corporeal body so that he could learn corporeal things. I created a physical life so he could learn physical things. Okay. All right. Gotta make sense. Simple. What about death? Well, I made death so that he could rise in the firmament and inherit my Etherian world. So wait a minute. It's not only the physical world and an atmospheric world in the lower heavens, but there's an Etherian world beyond that. That's why you created death? It's an inheritance. This is why everybody gotta die, because everybody is the son or daughter of the Creator. Oh, it makes sense now, Cosmonian. That's kind of simple and coherent. and logical. I got to learn some stuff on the low so I can get some stuff on the high. Right? Like school. I got to learn first, second, third grade before I can get to 12. Common sense. Benefit number 53. What about the timetables of prophecy, or how to tell time? Huh? We know biblical God said he made the sun, moons, stars tell time, but let's just be real. If we gonna be real, let's be all the way real. Huh? Let's be all the way real. Did the biblical God turn around and teach you how to use the same sun and moon and stars that he said he created to teach you how to tell time? Did he turn around and teach you how to use it? Somebody pull that verse up in the Bible where God sit down and teach his prophets how to use the sun and the moon to calculate time. That's the verse of Nigalations. Yeah, that's in the book of Nigalations 17 and 7. Nigga, because it ain't in that Bible. Huh? Let's show you how to tell time. And see, y'all don't know time deals with prophecy. And neither one of them are guesswork. Time ain't guesswork. Why would prophecy be? It's okay. It's okay. We gonna learn this morning. We cooking early. You dig what I'm talking about? This soul food tastes good. Cosmo, in real life, I'm a terrible cook. But in the spiritual life, I be cooking. I'm Wolfgang Puck. Whipping in the kitchen. Be whip it. Go get the money. I be whipping in the kitchen. In the spirit. In real life, I'm banned from my own kitchen. I can't. The kids be telling on me if I try to cut the oven on. They be like, he about to burn something. Man, but in real life, I can't cook. But in the spirit world, boy, I be cooking. Do you know how to tell time? What year is it? Huh? Since the creation of upright man. Huh? What year is it since you created Adam, God? What year? The exact year. How many years since you created Abel? Huh? How many years has it been since Abel? Watch what oahspe do. This is at the time, at the beginning of the very first arc cycle, 72,000 plus years ago, right? 72,000 years ago. Upright man like me and you was made. There were already Adamites already on earth before people like me and you popped up 72,000 years ago. People who can get it, right? Adam and them kind of wasn't, nah. They was men, but they was, nah. So they talking about the time where man pops up on the planet, right? For context, right? Watch this. Do you know how to tell time? I'm about to tell you a time. You tell me what this means. Because if you don't know this, You don't know how to tell time. And the record of the great serpent, what's the great serpent? Our solar system. And the record of the great serpent showed the firmament of Timyi in the third circuit of Savorcum. Huh? I just showed you. I'm in the third circuit of Savorcum and Dana 24. When did this happen? Right? A lot of people thought, and even I thought, when I originally read this, that this was the 72,000 the 72,000 years that man, or upright man like me and you, had been on the earth till now. But it said it's in the third Savorcum. So what does this mean? What does the third circuit Savorcum and Dana 24? Because I thought this was about just this version of man's time on the planet. But that's not what it's saying. Watch this. The third circuit of Savorcum and Dana 24, right? I'm saying our modern type of this version, this iteration of man, right? Only been around about 78,000, 79,000 years, right? From Adam to now, less than 80,000, right? So when you get a date like third circuit of Savorcum, that's far beyond 80,000 years. Watch this. So we're not talking about this iteration of man. We're talking about man on the planet, period. Because this ain't the first time. Huh? What you talking about? Some reincarnation, Cosmon? No. I'm talking about the tree of life has been planted on earth many times. And just like you got an apple tree that's going to bloom fruit this year in 2026, and in 2027, it's going to bloom some fruit too. But it ain't the same fruit from 2026. It's a whole new batch. The earth does the same thing. At certain times, in time intervals, man comes on the planet, and then later on he goes extinct, and then guess what? The process starts over again. We've done that 7 times. Let that sink in. It's a benefit to know. Watch this. So the third circuit of Savorcum and Dana 24. So in short, we are talking about 14.1 million plus the 72,000. It's for a grand total of 172,000 years of previous existence on the earth. Not man's existence on the earth now, his previous existence on the earth. A total time of 14.1 million years, right? But off and on in seasons. Huh? They always told you people come in your life for reasons and seasons. So we ain't talking about this the time roughly me and you been here. 72,000, we've been doing this right here. So obviously, what are they talking about when they're talking about man in 14.1 million years? That's the previous time. Huh? And then we got the half, you got the 14.1 million years, and then the half time, right, of the time of creation, the 72,000 year span of time. right? For a grand total of 14,172,000 years of previous existence of man on the planet. So, but if you add, now I got we in the year 177 of the Cosmon era. I should change this to 178 because it's coming up this year, but if I need to, we know how to tell time. So, but you add the 72,177 years of Homo sapien or iron existence since the time of his creation, right? And you get 14,244,177 years of human existence on the planet. That's beneficial to know. This ain't new. And this is one of the reasons we get the old school statement, ain't nothing new up under the sun. Huh? Hold on. Let me go do this thing real quick. I gotta use the bathroom. I'll be right back, y'all. Hold on. Let me rock this real quick.
I must confess, I'm feeling things like secrets down in my chest. Say I'm sorry is to do my best. Restitution be the solution for all the hurt and pain, the sorrow and shame. I know I'm to blame. Cause I tried to run away from home. I found myself all alone. Trying to sing this song. Had to learn the lesson on my own. Don't grow with stones. Just how you watch out. With stones.
All right. Right back at it like I left it. Hey. So we done found out. Total, including now. There's been 14. They try to tell us man is only modern man is 330,000 years old. That ain't even correct. Modern man is only 72,177 years old. But using the carbon dating, cosmonic theory of rational carbon dating, that proves out exactly to be right. So when carbon dating tells you it's 330 carbon dated, when you rationalize carbon dating using the Cosmon theory, it brings you to 72,000. I can't even make it up. I can't. I can't even make this up. I ain't even this smart. I'm intelligent, but I'm not even this smart to make this up. I just had to rationalize what I'm seeing. And it's amazing. Question. Does your Bible, right? Does your Bible or your biblical God explain how time is measured? If not, then benefit oahspe. Because Creator and oahspe does. Hold on. Get your ass. You can't just chill out for a minute. Now you gotta go in the car. Okay. So let's drop down here. This is the timetables of prophecy. This is how it looked, when you know how to use that sun and the moon to tell time. When you break through what they told you was evil, and you find out that it is the key to telling time and also the key to prophecy. The same thing that come from your ancient culture being practiced way back here, 73,000 years. Has been flip-flopped, flim-flammed, re-rocked, repackaged, resold to you as religion, but not only was it religion, they demonized it. Did you know that there's a system that they demonized your system of telling time? And then put you in the Justinian calendar system and the Gregorian calendar system to throw you off. Based it off another lie called the Hebrew calendar. Which was based off another lie called the Egyptian calendar. Also, a false god would not have to prove any axioms and could just say he's older than everything and not ever have to prove it. When your God for real make the sun and the moon to tell you how to tell time, well, you should have you one of these. Why you ain't got one? Because you ain't got the benefits of reading oahspe, because you ain't read it. You ain't had the benefits from oahspe because you ain't read. So you ain't got no timetables of prophecy. You just think prophecy is some spooky stuff that come out the sky. Oh, yeah. See, you ever heard of Noah's Ark? Anybody? Ever heard of Noah's Ark? Okay. Well, that's a cosmological time period when the flood went down 25,000 years ago, 24,000 plus years ago. Right here. See the 17th arc cycle? 23,153 to 19,553, a 3,600 year span of time during the ark of what? During the ark of Noah. Noah's ark, the ark of Noah. You must know that time is measured in arcs. Arc minutes, arc seconds. Because time is also spatial. Space is also time. This is why they're correlated together, space and time. Because one measures the other. One is the gauge of the other. So if you're in a space, you must have a time. If you're in a time, you must be in a space. Noah is the time of Noah begins. Noah is a time. It begins the year 153 BC. And what happened during this 17th arc, or 51,000 years after the creation of man. The flood. Huh? The so-called Great Deluge happened. Truthfully, what we understand is as the flood of Pan, which caused the Great Deluge, right? The sinking of a continent caused it, right? See, Noah, we got the benefit, and now you got the benefit of knowing that Noah is not about a man named Noah and his boat from 5,000 years ago. Huh? Watch this. Watch this. You got the benefit of telling time. If the time of or life of Noah began in 153 BC, right? And the flood came 600 years after the life or time of Noah, huh? This is how Noah can live 600 years. Because Noah ain't a man. Huh? 600 years into the time or life of Noah, the flood happened. So what year did the flood happen? If Noah is a time and it began 153 BC, when did the flood happen? Huh? If it happened 6 years after his life began or time began, huh? Well, that means the flood happened exactly the year 22,553 BC, or 600 years into the time of the 17th arc cycle. Maybe that's why it's a 3,600 year. Ooh. Ooh. Y'all ain't never put that together. Huh? The flood happened exactly the year 22,553 BC. I ain't guessing. I'm telling. And it ain't about no man, no boat. No 6 people got off of it and populated the planet. All the animals get on one boat and all that. Sit your monkey ass down. Because you don't have the benefit of knowing. What about the benefit of the knowledge of and how to prophesy? To prophesy, excuse me. Huh? What about the benefit of the knowledge of how to prophesy? Did you know there's 2 ways to prophesy? You do now, precept upon precept. Book of Cosmogony and Prophecy. Prophecy is not guesswork. Y'all thought you went into a trance and the prophecy just descends from the sky, Cosman. Ask the angel, does he have tea and crumpets? No. Prophecy is not guesswork. Absolute rules govern all things. Huh? What are some of the absolute rules of the world? The most dominant that I can figure out right off the top of my head is mathematics. Did you know prophecy has to do with mathematics? Of course you didn't know. Huh? Why? Because you're too ignorant to read a book. Right? You want somebody else to do the heavy lifting for you to see if it's even worthy to, and then you ain't even gonna make your mind up for yourself. You want me to make your mind up to convince you. No, I'm gonna leave you where you at. Boy, you don't know Cosma. I'm not carrying none of y'all. When this thing over, I'm gone. I'm second resurrection. I'll learn everything of the first in the second. That's the benefit of the game. Y'all niggas gonna be down here. I'm gone. Huh? You better stop playing. Absolute rule governs all. Wait a minute. Y'all see that word? Is there anything outside of all? All mean all, don't it? Or do all mean some? No, all mean all. Absolute rules govern all things. That includes prophecy. Prophecy. Absolute rules even govern it. The true prophet has attained concordance or consistency. The vortexian currents, or that vibe, that frequency y'all always talking about tuning into. That frequency is vortex. It's spiraling. All energy is spiraling. You can even turn on a pot of water and bubble it, and you can see the vortex in the bubbles. It's everywhere. And once you see it, you can't unsee it. How many of y'all jumped in y'all trucks this morning and started up y'all vortex engines? How many of y'all knew that y'all heart was a vortex pump? Look it up if you think I'm playing. The vortexian currents of any and everything. A true prophet has concordance with the vortexian currents of any and everything that passed through him. He sees and feels with his soul. He is a perpetual register of everything near at hand. If he cultivates, listen, remember we learned earlier, right? We have the benefit of knowing how to get strong spiritually. You must cultivate the spirit. How we do that on earth? By cultivating the talent. That's not just also in prophecy, that's in everything. If he cultivates his talent for basketball, if he cultivates his talent for clairvoyance, if he cultivates his talent for painting, if he cultivates his talent for running, everything. If he cultivates his talent, for prophecy, so as to estimate results from them, the future and the past are like an open book to him. This is what we teach our babies. This was coming in Jehovah's Kingdom on earth. This was coming in New Shalom. This was coming in New Leviticus. Right? Only the real Noah even know what I'm talking about. It's cool to talk over people's head. Right? Because it make them either you gonna bow down or you gonna get up and get like me. Because you want to know. I'm just giving you some benefits. Right? But the true prophet, man, he read with his soul. If he cultivate that talent so as to estimate results from him, the future and the past are like an open book to him. See? Right? See, what people don't know is what I just explained to you. You have the benefit of now understanding exactly what time travel is. Check. Did you know I just explained time travel to you? See, you don't get in a machine, right, and go to time. No. You go into self and you bring time to you. See, the future and the past are like an open book. There's two ways to do this, y'all. It's a way to do this. How do y'all think I knew? Never mind. Never mind. Because if I can't pull that up right this second, I'm going to go find that, right, and show y'all that we predicted Corona on April of 2019. We predicted Corona. Because we knew we was going into JI. We thought it at first, I thought it was Aja, but it's not. It's JI. That's why the disease. We predicted that in April of 2019. I'm going to go back and we still got the old chat. April 2019, I'm going to go back and just keep going back, scrolling, and I'm going to just post the whole month up so you can see. Using the Arachno Umbungala, it already told us what was going on. And if y'all remember, in April, I think it was April 19th. It might have been 17th, but I think it was April 19th, 2019, we had an eclipse. Yep. That same night when I was telling them about it. Or I told them, yeah. And that would be the signaling in the sky that something was changing. And we was going in the JI. See, but watch this. It's a benefit to read oahspe because not only do you learn about prophecy and how to prophesy and what you use to prophesy with, right? But here's a benefit. First, then, there are two kinds of prophecy. I just went over one. There's a benefit to knowing and read in oahspe because you learn that there's two ways of doing it. How you do it then, Cosmon? Yep. Must be a way for real regular people to do it if Cosmon did it. Y'all all know y'all think y'all better than me anyway, right? So if Cosmon can do it, anybody can do it. How you do it then, Cosmon? I read the book. I applied what was in the text. It ain't no secret. It's in there. Go get you the Seventh Day Faithist version. Even download the PDF. It's free. What about benefit number 55? How to defeat viruses without poisonous vaccines. Uh-oh. Anybody, I gotta be careful how I say this. Anybody allegedly lose any loved ones from that vaccination? I got to put it the way I got to put it. Anybody lose any loved ones from them vaccinations? Huh? Did the biblical God give you the benefit of knowing this was going to happen and how to handle it? And if you see up here, if you didn't want the shot, all you had to do was get with Cosmon. I printed this all out for you so you could get this to your child. I did this for my child. She don't take none of them shots. Never did. Every 3 years we got to go back up there and just sign the paperwork. It don't cost no money or nothing. You dig what I'm talking about? But it alerts them to know she's not taking any vaccines under no uncertain terms. And it is not only religious, it's spiritual. We got a whole book that say it. So with this understanding, we was able to apply it and not get our baby shot up, and they didn't even get sick. Huh? Our babies ain't get sick. The inoculation, or vaccination of flesh with poison or vaccines, the inoculation or vaccination of flesh with poison like vaccines to save it from poison like bacteria, viruses, diseases, like Roni, like Ebola, to use poison to save it from poison, to save your body from poison, to use poison to save it, is to use the battle axe of Satan. This was able to not have our babies get shot up. Man shall learn the higher law and learn to save by virtue instead of vice. Now be real. Be real with yourself. Wouldn't this knowledge have been beneficial to know in 2020? Cosmo was telling y'all. How many of y'all was fighting? They had dudes like Unc who was going out here to tell the people to get not only the shot, but every damn booster in the world. Have y'all seen Unc lately? The way he thinks, he's erratic. He literally made himself a drug. He can't get it. He think he got it. Right? But when you start to saying stuff like this, common sense stuff we talking about today, that a third, fourth, fifth grader, a 7, 8, 9, 10-year-old can get, right? And you can't get it, right? That's not just a spiritual thing. That's physical. You dumbed yourself down because you harmed your DNA. You did it to yourself. Now, all them people, they laid off them jobs, they gave them their jobs back with money, with bonuses. All them people that stood on their grounds and said, well, I'm not shooting myself up with that. Well, you're just selfish and blah, blah, blah. And they made up every excuse to why you a bad person. Every excuse, but now they getting sued. They all in court, federal government getting took to task about pushing this poison on the people. Little kids was having heart attacks. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18-year-old. I mean, prime specimens on the field. Do y'all remember? Y'all probably don't remember this, but a couple years ago, there was a fella who played for the Buffalo Bills. I think his name was Derwin something. And he played for the Buffalo Bills. He played safety. And he came to the game. He had got all the shots because remember they made them boys take them shots. And he got them shots and ended up having a heart attack on the field. They tried to sweep it under the rug. It wasn't because of the stuff and all that. Yeah, it was. Because what 22, 23-year-old men in the prime of their life who are super athletes don't do and have been all their whole life is have heart attacks in the middle of the game. They lucky that man didn't die. And just like everybody else, if you'd have went in his body after death, you'd have seen massive blood clots. It's one of the side effects. That's what be causing the aneurysms, the Bell's palsies, right? Clots. This is what be causing them heart attacks. Clots, right? Because that thing is attacking the body, and the body is trying to save itself, and in a sense, killing itself, producing these clots. DeMar Hamlin, that's right. That's right. That man had a heart attack on the field. Wouldn't this have been beneficial to know in 2020? Cosmo was telling people. They said I was crazy. Am I crazy now? Hindsight being 2020. Am I crazy now? Oh, yeah. Jaja vindicate. Those who stand by him. All we got to do is just keep waiting. It's going to all play itself out. And now that it didn't play itself out when I was telling y'all this in 2020, don't you get that. Don't you get that pokey wokey. You going sleepy weepy on the inside. How many times I told y'all you was going to make yourself a truck? You don't even know why you don't get it no more. I think what it does, listen to this. I can't prove it because I didn't take the shot. But what I do know it does is it cuts off the voice. Right? People who have heard the voice their whole life stop hearing the voice. And if you know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about. That inner conversation. Excuse me. That inner conversation you have with that voice that's not yours. Not the one in your brain. Right? The one that says, don't go to that stove. Don't go over there. That one, that first mind, that's never wrong. Right? That Ronnie wrong, that jabby wabby, it cuts off the voice. That's what it did. The side effects of killing you and blood clots, all that is, they wasn't worried about that. Right? They know the voice is real. They know Creator is real. And in times of darkness like now, they call that voice a conscience. Right? And in a sense, it cuts your conscience off. What you know is what you know. Right? But this thing turns you savage. And you don't even know why. Why you will agree to murder and kill and stuff now. Because you don't hear the voice. You don't hear it no more. Y'all clean your bodies out, man. Do a detox. You dig what I'm talking about? Holla at Selah. You dig what I'm talking about? Get you a full body detox, immune system booster. Get that carbon C7, man. Save your life. Eat some fruits and vegetables every now and then. Dig what I'm saying? Say yourself. Let's keep cooking. But wouldn't that information been beneficial to know in 2020? How about the benefit of how to hear the Creator's voice, see His heavens, and know your destination once you cross over? Book of oahspe, right? It says, not immaculate is this book, oahspe. What? What? What you mean it's not immaculate? Cuz the Bible say it's immaculate. Oh, y'all tell truth in oahspe. Oh, so yeah, logically, no book could be immaculate. So yeah. That's logical, oahspe. So y'all telling truth in this book. Okay. All right. So not immaculate is this book, oahspe. But what is for? R56 benefit. To teach mortals how to hear, to attain to hear the Creator's voice, and to see His heavens in full consciousness while still living on the earth and knowing truth, the place and condition waiting for them after death. Does your Bible teach you how to hear the voice of the Creator? Well, that's a benefit, oahspe. Or does your Bible teach you how to see the heavens in full consciousness? Benefit, oahspe. How about the benefit of knowing in truth exactly where you are going after you pass over? That benefit only comes in oahspe. Which hints directly back to the title of this debate, right? Of the former debate, which was the Bible is not as beneficial to our people today as is oahspe. Benefit number 57. How to know your spirit grade and rate and where your spirit will rise to once you die. Right? Whether on earth or heaven, the same rules apply. Right? He who serves himself one half and serves others one half, they'll stand at grade 50. Right? Right? To serve others is to do good to others. Right? To help them, to teach them, to give them joy and comfort. This is the service of the Creator. So what is the service of the Creator? We now have the benefit of knowing how to help you get strong in spirit. You can do the service of the Creator. What is it? To serve others. Wait a minute, Cosmon. I done heard this somewhere before. They asked, I think it was Big Bruh Yeshua. They asked him, well, about the law. He said, all the law hangs on two things. The love of God and treating your brother like you wanted to be treated. He said all the rest of the laws hang on them two things. How you serve Jaja? How you do that work of the Creator? You serve others. Why? Because serving others is to do good to others, to help them, to teach them, to give them joy and comfort. This is the service of the Creator. But there are some who are below the grades, who seek to do evil, who seek to make others unhappy, who delight in crime and pollution. These, if mortal. Now, listen, I tried to tenderism. I tried to tell these little tender boys, right, that drunk is a lifestyle. For he who delights in crime and pollution, these, if mortals, if they alive, they shall be called drunks. It has nothing to do with skin color. Well, what is if this is a living man who delights in crime and pollution, right? Any color. What is a dead man? Right? Called that delights in pollution and crime. If the man is called the drug, what is the dead man called? He's called the druge. Huh? The singular man who delights in crime and pollution, war and its evil, seeks no spiritual light, is a drug. But that dead man, that same man who dies, right? When he becomes a spirit, right? That spirit who delights in crime and war and doesn't want any spiritual light is now called a druge. Has nothing to do with skin color, has to do with lifestyle. The grades of my heavens of the earth, being atmosphere in general, follow this manner. Grade 1, right? Remember, the people who do the evil are below the grades. This is why they always try to tell you hell is in the ground, when actually hell is the lowest part of the breathable part of the atmosphere. Benefit. Yep. That's right. You in hell already. Woo-wee. But guess what? That's the benefit. You got a benefit of knowing now that this is the worst it get. This is the worst it get. And you can have your heaven. If this is hell, you can also have your heaven now. Huh? You can have your heaven in this life and the afterlife. Uh-oh. What do you mean, Cosmo? There's no lake of fire? Huh? No perpetual burning? I gotta stay in a grave for till a nigga crack the sky and come save some niggas? Huh? Basically, my grandma died. She ain't shit, huh? She just waiting in the grave like a dog. Huh? That ain't what my creator say. The grades of my heavens, being the atmosphere in general, follow this manner. Grade 1 is on the earth. Grade 50, midway between the earth and the emancipated heavens, ethereal. Grade 25 is 1/4 of the way up from the earth toward ethereal, but grade 75 is 3/4 of the way up toward ethereal, and so on. Intermediate grades and places of ascent corresponding in like manner, but grade 99 is the highest atmospheric grade, preparatory to entrance into the company of the all pure in spirit. But listen, good works are not sufficient to attain the highest grades. Listen, but good works alone. Uh-oh. Good. Yeah, you thought you had it with the good works, didn't you? But good works alone are not sufficient to attain the highest grades. Why? For they require knowledge and capacity to unfold others. Huh? So to reach the highest grades, yeah, you could do something good for them, but you got to have the knowledge it takes, right, and the capacity to make others bloom. To accomplish which those of the higher grades, listen, often return to the lower and learn to lift them up. Create a gang. You bring them, we raise them. Those of the higher grades shall often return to the lower and learn to lift them up. For this is what calls the Ethereans in times of resurrections. Accordingly, the righteous who are yet mortal begin at once lifting up their fellows. Shout to the created gang. Peace to the four horsemen. Malachi Maccabee. Selah Shalom. Daryl Cosmon and yours truly, the Cloud Kicker. Judge then yourself, old man, of the earth, as to the place your spirit will rise in the time of your death. Oh, hold on. Let me go back. I missed the verse. Let me go back. Accordingly, watch this, because this is dope. Accordingly, the righteous who are yet mortal begin at once lifting up their fellows. Watch this. Which labor is to the spirit, lifting up your fellows. That labor is to the spirit as exercise is to the mortal body. I told you, they opposites. How you get big and buff in the spirit is by helping somebody else. How you get big and buff in the physical is by helping yourself. See what I'm saying? Lifting up your fellow brothers and sisters, right, is to the spirit as exercise is to the mortal body, that which gives strength. That's how you get strong spiritually. Help somebody. Judge then yourself, old man. As to the place your spirit will rise in the time of your death. What about the benefit? 58. The whereabouts of the book of the wars against Jehovah. That's only in oahspe. Watch this. Wherefore it is said in the book of the wars of the Lord, what he did in the Red Sea and in the books of Arnon, right? That's from Numbers 21 and 14 in the King James Version, right? Mentioning the book of the wars of the Creator, the book of the wars against the Lord. Well, remember, that's only in oahspe. Oahspe, book of the wars against Yahweh, or, right? Or what they would call, this is in the description of the book, right? Or God's labor in atmosphere, right? The atmosphere, containing an account of establishing on the earth the names. Listen, this is why you've been duped, because these names got established by false beings and were told to man to worship. You never worship the Lord or God. Now the Lord God is worshiped. How did that happen? Fuck is the Lord God? Where he come from? That's all being told in the book of the wars. But your God can't find it. Listen, containing an account of establishing the earthly names, Lord God. This is why y'all praise the Lord God. Right? Dios. Right? Don't y'all praise Dios? That's Spanish saying God. What about Dias? Right? Darius, also a name in India, Persia, Middle East, Africa. Yeah. It's showing you why and how these names got set up and praised. Big time Darius is in India. Huh? Why y'all praise a so-called deity, a one-time living, breathing man? Everybody know a deity has been seen, has physical form and figure. You telling me your creator don't got physical form and figure. Well, then who is this deity that you praise? Hmm? It makes sense when somebody bring it up to you, but when you duped and indoctrinated in it, you don't see it. Huh? This is where the names got established. Lord God, Deus, Dias, deity, Tien, Sugga, Osiris, huh? Baal, and Ashtaroth, covering a period of 2,400 years. That is from the time of Abraham, Brahma, Po, Iwata. Now notice, because a lot of people are confused and mix up Abraham with Brahma, right? Because Abraham's wife ends up named Sarai, and Brahma in the retelling of the story has a wife named Saraswati, right? That they somehow the same people. First of all, they ain't even in the same place, right? Nor are they the same type of people, right? Other than they being niggas, that's the only connection. Because this is an Indian nigga and a Persian nigga. Abraham being the Persian. But what y'all got to understand is why they conflate them is that, and what they don't know is that Abraham and Brahma are contemporaries. They did the same thing at the same time. I ain't talking about the false god Brahma of the religion. I'm talking about the man who the false god inspired his name after. He took the name of Brahma, a man, and converted it to a godlike figure. When in fact, Brahma is contemporary of Abram, right? The prophet from Persia who was sent to Ham, to Africa, to raise up people in Africa. Brahma was the man of India, never left India. Abram, the only one moving. Huh? Abram went west. Abram left his land of Persia from his father's city. His father is Terah, so his land is Tehran. He left from Tehran, which is in Persia today, Iran, right? And went west. Brahma stayed. He didn't go nowhere. He only stayed in India. They're not the same person. They're contemporaries. But did y'all know that the same action that got done with Abram got done with in Africa, got done with a dude in India named Brahma, got done with a dude in China named Po, and got done with a dude named Iwata, and all the way in America. Mm-hmm. But it's a 2,400 year span of time from Abraham to Moses. Y'all didn't even know it was 2,400 years in between the two. And that time from Abraham to Moses is the Ark of the Covenant, the 24th, 23rd ark cycle after the creation of man, or the Ark of Spita. Remember, an ark ain't a boat or a little box that you carry around. That's actually a tabernacle. Anyway, But we'll get to that too. Benefits number 59, Ethereum freedom or the emancipated inheritance is our inheritance. Book of the Wars against Jehovah. Same book God couldn't find. Come, come. The Father's kingdom is free. Come, come. In peace and quietness, you shall be your own master. Behold, the Father's places rise higher and higher, not downward towards the lower kingdoms, not to earth, not in a heaven falling out of the sky, not to reincarnation, which is the invented tale of demons or Judas. Reincarnation, and anybody teaching it is teaching the invented tale of demonic entities. Not downward. Hold on. Behold, the Father's places rise higher and higher, not downward to the lower kingdoms, not downward to the earth, not to reincarnation. The invented tale of Judas, but upward to wisdom, goodness, love, and happiness. Hold on. Bible keep telling you you're going to be stuck in a loop of reincarnation back here on the earth in this little box that fall out the sky with your God on the inside, which got sorcerers, murderers, dogs, and male prostitutes on the outside. I still can't figure out. Ain't nobody told me yet. I did ask all type of Bible thumpers and theologians, why are there male prostitutes outside of the heaven? He killed everybody else. Lake of fire ain't there no more. This whole new earth. Why are there still male prostitutes? And how he know? I still ain't got that answer yet. Why are there male prostitutes there? Make that make sense to me. I think I need to read that again. Ethereum freedom is our inheritance. Come, come. The Father's kingdom is free. Right? These are angels, context, angels riding around the false God's heaven. They spinning the block in the false God's heaven, screaming out all to the low demonic, they not even demonic. They good people, right? But they didn't got duped into following a false God. So they flying around the false God's heaven with a speaker, screaming out, come, come, come to the Father's kingdoms. It's free. Come, come in peace and quietness. You shall be your own master. Why would he have to scream that? The good angels are telling the guys who've been duped, you could be your own master. Why? Because they've been enslaved where they are. Remember, you got to get it in your mind that you want better first. I want to see. I want to look. I want to do. I gotta find out. And from that, when you make your mind up, then things start moving. But look what they screaming out. They spinning the block. Right? Oh, it's all type of, in the book. It's all type of stuff going on in the heavens, in the false God's heavens at this time. It's falling. It's bad. So, just like Big Bro and them do, you dig what I'm talking about? They ride through the block. Hey, y'all want some whoop-de-whoop? Y'all better come over here. It's good over here. Yeah. Be your own boss over here. We don't make slaves. We make bosses. That's what they screaming out. They're spinning the block on them. This is in the false god heaven. This game, spinning the block. Behold, look what they scream. The Father's places, not God, not the brother, but the Father. Behold, where you at, right? Look. The Father's places rise higher and higher. Why y'all still down here? Where Jaja at, that's way up there, cuz. The places where, it's all good at, they rise higher and higher. Not downward to the lower kingdoms. Not downward to Jerusalem. Not downward to Israel. Not downward to Palestine. Not downward to Babylon. Not downward to Iran. Not downward to America. Behold, the Father's places rise higher and higher, not to the lower kingdoms, not even to the lower kingdoms of the heavens. No, not downward to them, not to the earth, not to reincarnation, which is the invented tale of demons, but the Creator's is upward. If y'all understand that, hit me with a 2 in the chat. The light of the Creator, and the inspiration of the Creator ain't down to earth, ain't to be bound and trapped down here. If you understand that now, is higher and higher, is to raise you upward and outward, forever and ever into wisdom, goodness, love, and happiness. Not down to the reinvented or the invented tale of demons with reincarnation. If you know that now, hit me with a 2. That's the benefit of rocking with the Creator. See, that verse alone gives us the benefit of knowing that the supposed heavenly Jerusalem that's supposed to drop out of the sky and rest on the earth is not of the Creator. That verse alone, right? To know that the Creator's kingdom is not down on earth. It ain't coming out the sky. It's not reincarnation. But upwards and outwards to wisdom, goodness, love, and happiness. That verse alone gives us the benefit of knowing that the supposed heavenly Jerusalem that's supposed to drop out of the sky and rest on the earth, and you supposed to be in there with 144,000 niggas and some punks outside, right? That is not of the Creator, See, that's a benefit that you ain't got to get hit with one of them Hadoukens messing with Cosmon now. How about the benefit of the history of the copper-colored aboriginals of America and their kindred? Their kindred. Who are the kindred to the copper-colored aboriginal Americans? Roro Raggy. Yeah, y'all niggas just from over there. We from here. True Israelites, we ain't got no problem with you. Because soon as you get to praising, we know who you is. And you dig what I'm talking about? You Shemitic and Negroidal. We Guatamian and Negroidal. We both not Africans, but we both black. Remember, the Shemitic people, the Israelites, traveled through Africa. Not that they were from Africa. Right? Abraham brought them to a new land. Uh-oh. It ain't what they told you, is it? How about benefit number 60? The history of the copper-colored aboriginals of America and their kindred, the Israelites. Oahspe, first book of God. Huh? Hard is the fate of those who worship one creator only, but they are mine. I look around at times and I set the evil gods flying. Be strong of heart, O my beloved. Many races will come and go on these lands. We talking about America. Many races will come and go on these lands, but the copper-colored man shall possess it. Oh, they always talk about, how did you fall to the tricks of the white man? Because he's a dentist from Dakota. Mind you, you're so stupid that you never read the book or even looked up the fact that the man was born in Ohio. You're so disingenuous, so racist, so low vibratory and prejudiced that you can't even get where you hate on the man so much you can't even figure out where he was born. He's born in Ohio. He's not born in Dakota. He ain't do nothing in Dakota. They think it's funny, but it just makes you look dumb. Even a 5-second Google search will tell you the man was born in Ohio. Hi from Dakota. What are you doing? Show me he was ever even in South Dakota. Since you want to laugh. You think white people come from South Dakota? Stupid. The indigenous in South Dakota is copper colored too. Many races will come and go on these lands, Guatemala, huh? AKA North America, huh? Many races will come and go, but the copper-colored man shall possess. Oh, but this book ain't no book for black people. Come on, mush mouth, mumble mealy mouth Negroes. Because if I wanted to just be just ram and push it down people's throat, well, the creator just said the niggas gonna take America. What you got to say to that? You mad now? Oh, it's a white man book now? Is it a white man book now? Huh? Y'all gonna get past this color? I'ma punch on you till you get past colorism. Because that's the only way you're gonna get by it. You don't want no good resolutions and love and hate. I gotta punch on you. I got to humble you. Other than that, you gonna say, you gonna come with some type of excuse as in why you hate this nigga you don't even know. Wasting energy. Huh? Is the book a white book now? Huh? This is in the first book of God. Huh? But the copper-colored man shall possess it. We talking about North America. Is it a white man book now? Right? And remember, we talk about the copper-colored aboriginals of America and they kindred. Uh-oh. Huh? Many races will come and go on these lands, but the copper colored Ahuan, Anguis, Anguigons, will possess it, inhabit it far and near. Then another evil god. Listen, Christ was called an evil god by the Indians, right? Then another evil god, Christ, shall come, right, to flay and destroy my sons. Mind you, this is in the first book of God, given during the 24th and 23rd arc cycle. So these prophecies was given over 6,000 years before they happened. Because didn't Christ come to America and flay and destroy the Indians? Didn't that doctrine come here with them folks? And don't you get it twisted. Many of them, the first Europeans that came over here was melanated. How you think they got close? Because they look like us. Where did the Moors go? Then another, listen. This prophecy was given 3953 BC. We talking way back then. Before that, this is actually first book of God. Well, first book of God is kind of contemporary with the 22nd and 23rd arc cycle, Ark of Lu and the Ark of Speta, or roughly around 3953 BC though. This is when this would have been for sure in effect, right? First time for sure, because he talking to Iwata, right? The prophet of America. See, y'all benefit. Do y'all know about the prophet of America? No, you don't know. Stop lying. But this thing is 22 years less than being 6,000 years old. Watch this. Then another evil god, right? Christ shall come to flay and destroy my sons and daughters, to cover over all the lands with pure, copper-colored American blood. Did it happen? Okay, you ain't got to be mad at me. Don't be mad at oahspe. Did it happen? This is a prophecy given thousands of years ago. Prove it, Since 1526. Soon as they brought Christ over here, it was all bad. Then another evil god, Christ shall come to flay and destroy my sons and daughters, to cover over the lands with pure blood. Have y'all ever heard of the doctrine of discovery? Have y'all ever heard of the Reconquista? The Emblanqueamiento. These were systems and papal bulls set up by the false evil god Christ that tried to destroy the people of America, destroy my brothers and sisters, my ancestors. But we was always with Jah. Watch this. The evil god Christ shall come to flay and destroy my sons and daughters, to cover all the lands over with pure American blood. That's called colonization, family. And then I will come again. Woo! And rout the evil god. What evil god? Christ. And raise who up? Raise up my sons and daughters. What sons and daughters? That's what you missing. What sons and daughters? Copper-colored aboriginals of America. Glory. That's what oahspe say about you. Get mad now. Let me see you. Rah, rah, rah. Black man, white man book now. Huh? Where all that rickety row at now? You niggas won't read. And guess what? If you want to hide truth from a nigger, I'm calling y'all niggers with the hard R. I'm cold today. Because nigger mean ignorant. You could be any color. Huh? Is it a white man book now? It's overthrowing the quote-unquote white God to raise up copper-colored aboriginal. Why you think we out here stomping for Jaja? Huh? Why you think he brought some dudes that wasn't squeaky clean? I'm a goddamn thug. Been one. Boy, I've been to the bottom of the bottom. Huh? Got a t-shirt. Nigga, but I'm here. Glory. Shot at, stabbed, fought, did, hot, everything. But I'm here standing for my people to bring them out of this God spell. You spooky niggas. Ain't nobody gonna do nothing to you. Nobody coming to save you. Nobody coming to help you. Nobody coming to hurt you. Nobody coming to harm you. You gonna do all that yourself. You gonna hurt you or you gonna save you. But let's not act like none of this didn't happen. Christ came here with that colonization and that Bible. Huh? But it's a benefit to knowing and serving the Creator and knowing who you are. It's a benefit. Why? Why? Because look what he said. I will come again. When? It's already happened. This is why you can't get them little kids in the church today. They know something is wrong. This is why pastors are leaving the Christian church in droves. You've never seen this before. You think it's a coincidence? No, it's a creator. I will. I did come again. This is how I could be here, foot on the neck of a false god. I'm on Christ's ass. I'm on his ass. What he gonna do with Cosmo? I ain't scared. What he gonna do when it's a million niggas like me? Huh? What's gonna happen then? I bet you we have a city then. Huh? Wish I had some faith that's up in here. Wish I had some of these copper-colored aboriginals up in here. Nigga, listen. In the Bible, they basically say the same thing about these Israelites and these Jews. White folks took it upon themselves in Europe to tie themselves to a history written in a book. And by that, we're able to gain a freaking country. Message. Huh? This why they want you to be African so bad. They read oahspe. Why do you think they knew to demonize 33? Why do you think they put it under the Masons? It was devil working. Blah, 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 blah. Because these niggas know how to read the charts too. You don't. But I got the benefit of it. Sela got the benefit of it. Gang got the benefit of it. UFK got the benefit of it. RFK has the benefit of it. Huh? The Elois has the benefit of it. Huh? Then I will come again. I ain't forget about you. Huh? I didn't forget about you, cuz. And I routed the evil God. How many of y'all know Christ already been to hell? Oh. I wish I had just 2 faiths in here. Just 2. Man, spin that vortex. Huh? I will. He did it. It already happened 1848. And what he gonna do though? This is the most important part. After he routs the evil God, Christ, he will raise up my sons and daughters full of glory. Huh? I will bring their kindred. Listen. I will bring their kindred, the faithless, huh? From across the water. Oh, how we know who these people is? Huh? These are kindred. These are wise speaking people from across the water, right? Who shall worship none born of woman. Uh-oh. So if you worshiping Jeebus, you ain't them. A people who do not war. That cut out a lot of you Israelite camps. You thought it was you. I ain't talking about the Jew. I'm talking about Israel. Remember, we already learned the Jew and the Israelite ain't the same thing, but one is trying to usurp the other's history. Huh? I will bring the kindred faithless from across the water, a wise speaking people who worship none born of woman. None. Huh? A people who do not war, who do not kill off weaker nations. Those are the true Israelites. But this is what y'all don't get. This is what y'all don't get. I will come in the Tononachi, right? Or what we would call commonly the Siouan tribes. Huh? I will come in the Hochikas, or what we would call Muskogin. I will come with the Mahican, or what we commonly call Algonquin. And the Iroquois confederacies. Huh? I will come in the Siouan, right? And I got the breakdowns of this on the other thing, but this is what it basically reads out to. The Tenonachi are the Siouan types of tribes. The Huchicas, this is where you got the the Chattahoochee and all this. This is where you get them Southeast Indian Styles, Muskogee, mixed Algonquin groups. You know what I mean? The Muskogee groups, speaker groups. You dig like the Chata and all them, Apalachicola, Timucua, all the way up to basically North Carolina, right? Where you would have found like niggas like these, like Siouan troops, like the Catawba and all them and stuff like that, right in the middle of the Muskogee and the Algonquin, right? And he gonna come in the Iroquois confederacies. This is what he's saying, huh? This is what's being brought out in oahspe, that this new light of bringing people back to their aboriginal spirituality. And shout out to all my brothers out there, you know what I mean, who put in the work. You dig what I'm saying? But ain't none of them brought you back to your aboriginal spirituality. They don't even know the name of it. They don't know how it worked. They don't know if you practice any of it today. They can just blatantly say, yeah, we practice our aboriginal culture today. But what part of it is from your spirituality? The practices, the ceremonies. What is it called? And if you had kindred that were called Israelites, right? And you are the copper-colored Americans, the Algonquins, right? Because everybody who was in the United Indian States, or what we call the U.S., mind you, is 6,000 years old, at that time is called Algonquin, or out of many one. That's what Algonquin is. It's not just the people. It's the name of the United States. Right? Not America. It's not the name of America. It's the name of the governing, functioning body that governs the United Indian Nations. That is called Algonquin, or Egoquim, out of many one, or unity. Don't we live in a union today? So, ain't it funny that yours truly, the cloud kicker, come right up out this stock right here, Huchica, Southeastern American indigenous stock, and also Northern, Middle, and Eastern Algonquin stocks? I'm actually Mohican. Yeah, my people is and it's spelled this way too. Mohican and Mohican, same. Well, they're different. Now they're different. The Mohican is more like your mixed stocks. The Mohican are your more indigenous stocks. But nonetheless, they got the blood. And it don't got nothing to do with the blood. It's about how you acting. So it's funny that the cloud kicker, for sure, got Muskogee or Huchica, right? Where you get like Chattahoochee and all that in them Huchica, all these names from. The people themselves, the whole Southeast Indians, are called Huchicas. It's where you get Chata, all the names, Apalachicola, they would have called themselves, like we call ourselves niggas, right? Regardless of your tribal status, you would have been Huchicas. See what I'm saying? It's a nation, not a tribe. Right? I will come in the Siouan nation. I will come in the Muskogee nation. I will come in the Algonquin nation. I will come in the Iroquois confederacy, the nation. not a tribe. Huh? So people gonna look different in there. And they gonna be from around the world, but these niggas gonna come in the 1800s. What y'all need to know is that it's 4 people in the 4 horsemen who spit oahspe. Just 4. Selah Shalom, Malachi Maccabee, huh? Daryl Cosmine, and yours truly. That's it. It's only 4 people standing on it. Well, teaching it. Gang standing on it. That's that on that. If you enlighten, you already over here getting some of this. We ain't even worried about nothing. But look where he say he coming. In the Tononnachi, the Suan. I'm just using the modern name so we can wrap our heads around it. I will come in the Tononnachi, the Suan types. I will come in the Huchicas, the Muskogean types. I will come in the Mohican, the Algonquin types, and I will come in the Iroquois. Huh? The mixed nigga Mongoloid stocks. Those are the Iroquois. Huh? Or the Iraqi. Right? Which means raw eat meter. Mind you, this word Iroquois is not even, it's not Haudenosaunee. It's not Iroquois. It's actually Algonquin. Iroquois is the Algonquin word that the French learned from the Algonquins to call the Haudenosaunee, because the Haudenosaunee were Iraqi raw meat eaters, just like their Siberian ancestors. But we got original Iroquois mixed with that mixed stock now, and it is what it is. But you can always tell a Haudenosaunee from a quote-unquote federally recognized Iroquois. Iroquois, a real Haudenosaunee got a little bit of melanin in him. He still got that nigga look on him too. Don't matter how light his skin is either. They look like niggas. The ones who got the blood. Right? But watch this. My hand, the creator said this, my hand shall reach around the earth in that day. What day? Starting in 1848, but actively happening right now in 2026. Huh? My hand shall reach around the world in that day, and I will chase away all gods and saviors born of woman, and all men shall worship the Great Spirit only. Uh-oh. Why you think they call us the 4 horsemen? Huh? In the Bible, we herald y'all's demise. But in reality, we herald the God's demise. Huh? Who coming up out of the Suwan? Who coming up out of Huchica? Huh? Who coming up out of Algonquin? Huh? Who coming up out of the Haudenosaunee? It's only 4. Which one? Huh? And now it's 4 of the horsemen standing on it. I'm telling you, y'all boys better do y'all research and homework on who the hell you are. Because look what your creator is saying about you. This also means you're aboriginal to America. So somebody owe you land here. But y'all don't want to rock with oahspe. You dig what I'm talking about? You won't even rock with it to do something good for your people. You won't even trick it, even if you thought it was a trick. Why wouldn't you trick yourself into getting your people some land? Huh? But you got to double down fact that the creator of sun, moon, and stars said it. They know it's right. They know it. This is why they hid who you were for so long. This is why they changed American Indians into Negroes, coloreds, and blacks so they can hide your Aboriginal history so you never look up under your feet and ask for the shit that they took here. Didn't he say, I will come again? Chase away all the false gods, breaking all the spells. And the biggest spell told in the world is the lineage and legacy of the so-called American nigger. Huh? You indigenous. You aboriginal. You descent from the original. You never been nowhere. Oahspe doubled down on that too. He say that these Ongwegons, these American Indians, these Ahuans in America are the only ones of their kind in the world. Ain't no more. Look around and look at all the melanated people in the world. Ain't none like you. Huh? Because the creator say, I'm coming back. Ooh. As a matter of fact, nigga, I ain't went nowhere. Huh? I kept this alive. I did this. I'm coming back, but I got some people I rock with over here. And it's gonna come back in the Siouan people. It's gonna come back in the Muskogean people. It's gonna come back in the Algonquin people. My hand shall reach around the earth in that day, and I will chase away all gods and saviors born of woman. All of them. This is why you can't get the babies to go to church. Huh? You can't pay them. And all men shall worship the Great Spirit only. If restoration and repair for our people here in America is your goal, then this is beneficial to know. This is how you get your land back, Negroes. Huh? You want to be blacker than black. You better tie that black back to Indian. Huh? But let's end it with the Tank Davis body blow benefit. I'm going to go and get up out of here. Right? We're going to end it with that. We're going to end it with one of them ones. I got to hit you with one of these. And get you on up out of here. I'm going to get you up out of here. Right? Because we talk about spiritual books and all that and woo, nigga, with it. Okay. Right? That's cool. But let's end it with this Tank Davis body blow benefit. Huh? See, a major benefit of oahspe is it tells you about you. See, many melanated Americans, right, share a common historical narrative that is not our own, and yet has been forced onto our people as a whole, which is basically, right, that you come from African slaves, and that's it. Well, oahspe blows that well-constructed lie out of the water by revealing that the Negroes of America are indigenous to the Americas. But but also what happened to many melanated American peoples caught up as POWs through ideals of indenture, peonage, and slavery. But most importantly, right, one of the benefits that I found was most important to me, right, was that oahspe tells you what happens to slave master and his descendants today. Let me look up in the chat, see what's going on in the chat. Right? Hit me with some vortexes, man. This soul food, the soul cooking is tasting a little tasty this morning. You mean share the live up, thumb the video up. You dig what I'm talking about? Ain't nobody else talking about this. Nobody else got it. This is why I keep telling y'all are the most intelligent chat in the world. If you over here rocking with gang, you are already attuned to the higher life. You are, if you can grasp any of these concepts, you are light years above your competitor and competition in whatever it may be. Why you think we can't? Why you think we don't lose? And I gotta stop just because it almost could look like bullying, right? But it's a reason, right? Because spirituality ain't soft. It's a reason he sent Selah. I probably wouldn't even have took it from no other nigga. Selah the first to bring it to the niggas. Is he out of the Tononachi? Is he out of the Suwan? Is he Algonquin? And many of the Suwans, another word you could use for Suwan is also, right, Carib. That come all in that same stock that come out of the Caribbean, either up the East Coast or it come through like Mexico, Texas, and come back around. Yeah. Same word. It means Creole means Carib. Carib means Creole, but what I'm trying to tell y'all is Suwan means both. It's like a mix. So when the Suwan stock not only includes those mixed in Mongoloidal types, but that would include the Caribbeans too, all the way from Belize through Honduras, through Guatemala, all the way back up through the top of South America, all the way through the Caribbean, top of South America, them type of nigga type Indians. And that's where all the nigga types is. Shout out to all my brothers, man. I need to get in touch and talk with more of them. You dig what I'm talking about? Because they got the history on lock. But your ancestors ain't come talk about no history. They came talking about that spirituality that's going to shape your future. But oahspe is the only book in the world to tell you what happens to slave master. I'm talking about slave master in America. But not only what happened to him, what happened to his descendants. Watch this. Y'all be thinking, tell me it's a white man book now. Tell me. Go ahead. And I'm going to hit you with benefit number 61. Knowing the fate of every slave master and his descendants. Oh, Y'all didn't know oahspe had apocryphal text, huh? Y'all didn't even know about the book of the prophet. They talk that talk. Tell me it's a white man book now, huh? The prophet said, this is from chapter 3 of the book of the prophet, huh? Y'all won't read. The prophet said, these are the judgments of God. God is the who? God is the son of the creator. Uh-oh. Wait a minute. Ain't the Christian trying to tell me Jesus is God? Right? And Jesus is the son of the creator, right? But didn't Jesus say the same things I do, you can do, and even greater? This is where they twisted up the story of man being God. You see the play now? You see the gospel? Man is in fact God. But you was never supposed to praise it. The prophet said, these are the judgments of true God. God is the son of the creator. He is not the creator. He's the son of the creator. Thy God holdeth thee for the iniquities of all thy people, wherein thou wert party to the crimes committed. To the nation, listen, to the nation who saith, behold me, my people are free, and all men participate in the governments of men, so shalt thou be bound, both in this world and the next. Does that sound familiar? Huh? That's because the United States makes those declarations. Huh? Constitution, Bill of Rights. Right? Well, now, since you done opened up your big mouth, Creator gonna hold you to it in this world and the next, wherein thou didst bind thy people in slavery. The judgment of thy God is upon all thy people. Nevertheless, listen, doubly bound is he who directly held his fellow man in bondage. Uh-oh. 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 See, watch this. Nor hath the creator, right? Yahweh, who is over all, limited his times and seasons by the death of any man. Ooh. Just because you thought you got away with it in the flesh, that don't mean you got away with it with Jaja. That's what the whole eye in the hand, the overall seeing, the all-seeing eye is all about. Somebody always do see. You don't even know. You tell on yourself through your experience. Ugh. You ain't even gotta speak to lie. Y'all ain't even, y'all will be there in a minute. Nor hath the creator who is over all limited his times and seasons by the death of any man, but they who commit crimes, listen, shall answer in the next world for the sins done in this one. You won't get away with it. See, God said, because the slaves went out in darkness and have become wandering spirits. Listen, this is shocking. This is not the information you thought it was going to be. No. God said, because thy slaves went out in darkness, we talking about in America, and have become wandering spirits, dwelling in ignorance around about the earth, there is no resurrection for them in this day. The heavens of thy God are above them, nor have they put away the vengeance in their hearts because of the injustice done to them in mortality. Notice that the vengeance in their heart is not sin. They ain't put it away yet, though. Notice it's not wrong to carry it. So what you saying, Cosmo? Tens of millions of these slaves who weren't allowed to read, write, learn anything really, right? Loiter about their old places, right? Even as they lived on earth, but with evil intent on the living. So they get back on the living people, they children. Kind of make you look at how crack was meant to destroy our neighborhood, and it messed our neighborhood up, right? But it ravaged white America. Ooh, it did them just, and it wasn't a problem till they got sucked into the sins that they was trying to push upon our people. That's the government. But now you know why. Opiate addiction. But with evil intent on the living, they pursue the living. Ooh. And they pursue the living, descendants of slave master, with wrath, tormenting them. Tormenting them day and night with evil inspirations. You ever wonder why certain people just go crazy and shoot up schools and mass murder people and just and why it be mostly white boys who do this? I'm just saying. And the living, listen, have become corrupt and wicked at heart. Nor do they prosper in anything under the sun. And when they die as to mortality, their souls enter the next world to become environed with the hate of their former slaves. And companies of millions, listen, do the spirits of darkness encompass them, and there is no resurrection for any of them to any of the higher heavens. So this is called the hell knot, right? What's happening to slave master in this knot is he is getting his ass whooped. Boy, he gets what they say, environed, his whole atmosphere around him, with the hate of the former slaves and companies of millions. Do the spirits of darkness encompass them, and there is no resurrection for any of them into any of the higher heavens. Neither doth it avail them to pray for the priest, nor the church to help them. For the evil that was done, look at this word, must, not maybe, a little bit, probably, I'm not sure. No, the evil that was done must be compensated in every fraction. So it's some niggas from the 1900s still getting their ass whooped right now. It's some niggas getting their back beat right now until every evil that was done be compensated in every fraction. Before there should be any redemption for them. Uh-oh. Paul ain't looking good for Paul. Ain't looking good for Jed Clampett. The spirits of the slaves are in ignorance and crime. And that God put it upon thee, that till thou hast turned to and lifted them up, even with thyself. And look, when they say even, that means on the same level, even, right? With yourself, thou shalt find no peace of soul. Ooh-wee. So now who doing all the work? You wanted to be master on earth. Now you a slave in heaven. Dang, Paw. Huh? Damn, Mr. Krabopolis. Mr. Schnitzelwiggle. Yeah. Neither shall thou raise to the heavens of thy God. Moreover, watch this. Watch this. This talking about 2026. Even as thou dost hate this day and curse the race thou hast neglected and despised. Who is that? Even as you, who the most hated man in America? The nigga. The only real American. That's what oahspe is saying. oahspe is saying that the niggas of America is the only real Americans. We the only people that ain't from nowhere else. Everybody else migrated here. But look, even as you do hate this day and curse the race thou hast neglected and despised, so dost thou sink thyself in deeper bondage. That's for the people today. Huh? Because the hate didn't go nowhere. The hate morphed. The hate is systematic now. But they still don't like you. Huh? For as the Creator quickened into life all the living and thus made them his children, so are they thy brothers and sisters, and nor hath anyone any prestige in the sight of our Father who is over all. Tell me again how this is a white book. Yo, brother, how could you be duped by a white man from Dakota? No, you show me now that this is a white book. Huh? It's a human book. Thank you. God said, till thou canst take them into thy heart and soul and say, my brother, soul sister, in this world right now, 2026, huh? It's more beneficial to know, huh? That they cursing you today, but they sinking themselves deeper in bondage. Uh-oh. And until they can turn around to you and say, no, that was wrong. This my brother, my sister. Let me get them together. in this world today. Objective right now. Huh? There shall be no prosperity for thy people. Uh-oh. No prosperity means a negative birth rate. Wait a minute. Hold on. Let me look at something. Watch this. Watch this. Hmm? Hmm? There shall be no prosperity for thy people, and even so shall it continue in the next world. Huh? Did y'all know that white America, huh, has a negative birth rate? Dropped below 48% for the very first time ever in the Americas. Hmm? And it's found out that the so-called minority births are in the majority in the United States for the first time. Huh? Happened in the Cosmon era. Huh? Hmm. Huh. Hmm. Hmm. It said, till thou can take them in thy heart and soul and say, my brother and my sister, in this world there shall be no prosperity for thy people. Huh? And even so shall it continue to the next world. Huh? White deaths exceed births in a majority of the U.S. states. It's never happened before. Hmm. See, the benefits in having a fair, right, See the benefits in having a fair, just, and righteous creator and not a wrathful, vengeful, jealous, regretful man of war? Huh? And y'all actually thought, y'all actually believed that you got the worst part of slavery, didn't you? Huh? How many of y'all thought that our people got the worst part of slavery? If you thought that, hit me with a fire emoji. Be real with yourself. If you thought we got the worst part of slavery, huh? Nah. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Nope. Oh, they getting it worse. Right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, we ain't get it the worst, y'all. Mm-mm. Think about it. It's a nigga from the 1700s still getting a belt to ass right now. From the 1700s, because he slaved 2 niggas. Huh? What about the man who, in a state, authorized and even collected taxes on slaves? How many slaves did he come in contact with? 30,000. They whooping his ass too. If you had something to do with it and you was mistreating people, you ain't get away with it. You thought you did. Oh no. Oh no. Make you start to look at the opiate crisis a little different, don't it? Hold on one second. All right. See, we ain't get the worst part of slavery. If your people were slaves, no, my people personally weren't no slaves. I ain't found one yet. Right? But if your people were enslaved, right? You ain't get the worst part of it. That's a bag drop. Body blow. Good night. Irene. And a nice Hadou. Get you up out of there quick. You dig what I'm talking about? You dig what I'm saying? I just wanted to bring that out. You know, that was what wasn't able to be brought forth in the debate. You dig what I'm saying? So it was kind of too much information. You dig what I'm saying? But in a doc, it's that work. You dig what I'm saying? I want them to say it's a white man book now. Go ahead. Make the people believe it's a white man book now. Yeah. You're going to get over that. We're going to whoop you out that. You don't understand nothing else. What you didn't understand is that we love this. It's not even a problem. You dig what I'm talking about? And this is why we even got other faithist groups shook of the gang. We ain't normal. We not punks. We don't sit by the sideline and watch some evil stuff happen and don't do nothing. Yeah. So it is what it is. And it's going to be what it's going to be, man. Look, love, life, balance out there, man. All praise to the ever-present creator, man, that always was. He is and never shall be. Who never asked for praise or the sacrifice of anything or anyone to aggrandize itself. It is not the light. It creates the light. It's the difference. Right? And with that being said, you know what I need you to do. Breathe in. Let that light in. Because I'm Cosmon. And I'm out.
My favorite color's blue. My favorite color's blue.
The dog.
My favorite color's blue. Favorite color's blue. My favorite color's blue.
The dog.
My favorite color's blue. My favorite color's blue. My favorite color's blue. My favorite color's blue. My favorite color.
Blue shoe springs in my red truck tails.
Shout out to Cosmon Cow. Cosmon Cow, boy, I'm going to tell you something. He is a problem. He is a problem when it comes to these Hebrew Israelites. Y'all better stop playing. He is a problem. Cosmon Cow is a problem. Creator gang gang.
Yeah, the gang coming. Creator gang coming. Turning up the light and watching boys start running. Let me tell you something, we ain't out here doing nothing. I can tell you scared, boy, niggas stop fronting. It was all in the plan.
Creator gang is crazy. Boy, y'all better pay attention.
We fight as a single, impenetrable unit. That is the source of our strength.
The book of Jehovah, symmetry sung, heard his word, and the world begun. Motion one, devotion sprung, Jehovah reigns for the chosen, the only one. The book of Jehovah, symmetry sung, heard his word, and the world begun. Motion one, devotion sprung, Jehovah reigns for the chosen, the only one.
Before the earth took shape, new sound of sight, the creator sliced the time in the day and night. He breathed through void till the ether stirred, then sent angels and prophets to teach his word. Motion, notion, devotion aligned, encoded design in the spine of time. Wind wrote signs on the breath of the prime, S intertwined with the flesh of the line. Quicken the killer, conceiver entwined, dual divine, the ether confined, two entities birthed, corporate S, life compressed in the vortex nest, spirit in the mist, physics resist, matter persist in Jehovah's fist, dust kiss flame, play became twist, anatomy gift from the infinite list, male and female named through air, EOE, that sacred blare, not beast, not star, not anywhere but the whisper of wind as a builder's prayer. Vortex speak, the sequence hum, the life resume. From void to bloom, to eat the groom, creation's womb. Every tune in the flames plume, a living rune. If your soul need food, here's what you consume.
The book of Jehovah, symmetry sung, heard his word and the world begun. Motion one, devotion sprung, Jehovah reigns for the chosen, the only one. The book of Jehovah, symmetry sung, heard his word and the world begun. Motion one,
Devotion sprung, Jehovah reigns for the chosen, the only one. 3 states of worlds I made, corporeal terrain, an atmosphere and chain to Etherian planes. Ether the pure, obscure domain. The ghost of light, free the soul from shame. Atmosphere, field and flow. AGA, nebula glow. Currents collide where the comets go. Gravity bend with the vortices, so sound became law. Law gave sight, and every soul aligned in Jehovah's light. His love gave reason, and the heart retune. If your body need rest, here's the text to consume. The book of Jehovah, symmetry song. Heard his word, and the world begun. Motion one, devotion sprung. Jehovah reigns for the chosen, the only one. The book of Jehovah, symmetry song. Heard his word, and the world begun. Motion one, devotion sprung. Jehovah reigns for the chosen, the only one. Before the clay inhaled the spark, the plan was grand. See moose spun pulse through the dust of man. Ether expand to where the blueprint ran. Spirit tied to flesh by Jehovah's hand. Angels descended, intelligent warm. Walk with Azu where the light was born. Heaven breathed with immortal form. Lord met love and the veil was torn. The seed took root in the coil's perfume. Sense evolved under the sun and the moon. Time broke the sleep of a deep commune. And now man learns pattern from teeth to spoon. From breath to balance, the most high drop clues. From speech and sequence, the spirit world moved. From page to prophecy, through mahogany hues. If your mind need peace, here's the key to consume. The book of Jehovah, symmetry sung. Heard his word and the world begun. Motion one, devotion sprung. Jehovah reigns for the chosen, the only one. The book of Jehovah,